Salvador, take this opportunity I see popularity.
We are achievers. We are achievers.
हो किसी का आज नहीं है ये, किसी का कल नहीं है ये। तूने जो की है मेहनत, तेरी मेहनत का फल है। हम है अचीवर्स, हम है अचीवर्स, हम है अचीवर्स, हम है अचीवर्स।
We are achievers. We are achievers. We are achievers. We are achievers.
मुड़ के तुझे देखना नहीं है, रास्ते में हो कितने भी कांटे, तुझे डरना नहीं है। सिर्फ तुझे चलते रहना है, कहीं पर रुकना नहीं है।
We are achievers. We are achievers. We are achievers. We are achievers.
तूने जो की है मेहनत, तेरी मेहनत का फल है ये। अचीवमेंट है ये तेरी, तू है अचीवर, तू है अचीवर, तू है अचीवर, तू है अचीवर।
We are achievers. 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 We are achievers.
हो किसी का आज नहीं है ये, किसी का कल नहीं है ये। तूने जो की है मेहनत, तेरी मेहनत का फल है। हम है अचीवर्स, हम है अचीवर्स, हम हैं अचीवर, हम हैं अचीवर।
We are achievers, we are achievers. We are achievers, we are achievers.
मुड़ के तुझे देखना नहीं है, रास्ते में हो कितने भी काटे, तुझे डरना नहीं है। सिर्फ तुझे चलते रहना है, कहीं पर रुकना नहीं है।
We are achievers, we are achievers. We are achievers, we are achievers.
Start this my speech. Asia, they will convey greetings from our college. Coming to the conference title, Startups in India, Past, Present and Future. India has a great history of startups, and majority of businesses in India are started by young entrepreneurs. Revenue GDP is contributed by startups. India has a separate startup policy, including Maharashtra. Maharashtra government is encouraging startups under 99 Maharashtra scheme. All Indian government, Honorable Pradhan Modi ji, has launched many of the schemes, and many startups are enjoying those schemes, getting benefited from those schemes, and have ladies and engine for their own. India has witnessed since 2018 till today. Every year, startups are more than 14,000 or ranging from 14,000 to 80,000 per year. This is the world record, and India is listed as world largest ecosystem for startups in the world. We should put our hands together for our nation that we are proud of India and it is world largest ecosystem for startups in the world. The growth of development of the startups can be connected with majority of government schemes. Maharashtra will, in his all government schemes speech, Dinesh Islami sir portrayed all ecosystem and how young entrepreneurs can take a benefit of those ecosystem. But I want to give all youngsters on my Vivo Facebook and commerce that friends, here is a dish for you. You can choose what you like. You can work on all recipes, or you can come up with your ideas to our Achievers Business Incubator. We will help you. Whatever idea is there in your mind, we will try to convert that idea into a workable business plan. And then that workable business plan can be still developed into a marketing strategy, finance strategy, HR, and every aspect of the business. And then we will submit it to HCD, sir. And first step of that is we are starting with EDP, Entrepreneurship Development Program. In the next week, EDP कल 9 से चालू हो रहा है. That EDP रोज 4 घंटे का ट्रेनिंग है. जो लड़का जो लड़की को EDP करेगा, उनको इस सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा. And that certificate will take you on runway on highway of your life, and you will be entitled for all the governments. So take it, benefit, बच्चा अपने दरवाजे पर आ गया और इसका लेना चाहिए. Friends, this conference is objectives that we encourage you for, benefits of all these things. And get with all the benefits of studying business and from teachers also. We want teachers also to come up with ideas and 5 घंटा अपनी करके बाकी जो 18-19 घंटे है, you can work on your own startup so that you can convert yourself being teacher to student can become students to student and everybody will do their best to win your work. The expected outcome is whatever research if you are coming for offline presentation, but for offline presentation, there is many teachers have or so that will be conducted in Korea where teachers will present their paper online. Once again, friends, I welcome you all. I welcome teachers from different colleges and attendees or participants who are connected through online mode. They are also available through online mode and they are watching on the YouTube channel and as well as our online Zoom network. So I want to say welcome to all and request you all of you to take benefit. Students, teachers also don't listen to us. Let's come one more step ahead and there are people who are the next slide is mentor many startups in India. Zerodha and PhonePe are startups sponsored by him. He has mentored many startups and many are successful in their life. One angle, unique company है या and all young entrepreneurs who grow and develop. They have strategies, start business, grow business, and take it to heights. Milestone there to guide you in the initial stage, give you all government skills, with all listed suppliers or buyers. And then become your अपने को खाली उसके खड़ा होना है उसी से नहीं जिंदगी में और एक स्टेप आगे. So thank you very much. I place on record my gratitude to all guests, all teachers from other colleges, my own staff who are not teaching, and my students. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome you all to this great platform of startup. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. From other colleges, our own staff members, from team members, so thank you so much. Now I request Assistant Professor to introduce the guest of honor, Mr. Sameer Gupta,
Thank you, Sonali. Good morning to all. I, Ms. Savan, Assistant Professor of Department of Teaching College. So, please be elected to take an opportunity to celebrate our today's guest of this development partnership of who has been working closely with business and startup ecosystem, also assisting their we also recommend many exercises startup ecosystem. Helping many startups
Hello, good morning. Is my voice audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear anything because, you know, there must have been some technical glitch. I really don't know what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, since there is a lot of, you know, voice resounding, there's too much of an echo.
Sir, we can totally hear you. You can continue. You can also see
Okay.
on the screen. Yes, sir.
So basically, I mean, you know, this is a wonderful session and I would like to contribute whatever little I know about the startup ecosystem. And just as a background, I have been, you know, I'm basically a finance person and I have been consulting various startups, nearly about 30, 40 startups like have been in my fold to whom I've mentored and I've invested in a couple of startups initially. And then I started my own startup, which is by the name of Haldi
Excuse me,
Vita.
sir. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. So sorry. Can you just on your camera? We cannot see you on the screen.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. So what I was saying was like I had been mentoring various startups, so got a decent idea when I came back to India. Then I realized, you know, like the startup is the most happening thing in you know, worldwide, and India was not lagging behind. India was like the first to move forward, and I had made a small presentation which I'll share it with all of you. And then I started mentoring the startups and I worked with a couple of startups with nearly 30 in number, and I funded 4 startups initially. So during this journey, I came across a wonderful person, I mean, to whom I was mentoring, and then we decided to, why don't we start something on our own? We started working with the farmers there in Uttarakhand, and slowly, I mean, whatever the produce were there, we started adding value to the produce, and then this Haldi Vita startup emerged. Now it's doing pretty well. We are exporting in approximately 16 to 18 countries, and off and on. And in India, we have got a huge market. This Diwali sales have been very good now, and we have got an array of products in our portfolio. On this startup ecosystem, I would definitely like to share a presentation with all of you, if you permit. Okay, now I am not able to share my screen unless and until I'm allowed to. You give me the permission. Yeah. Is somebody providing the permission, or should I just go extempo? Okay, great.
So you need to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it visible now? Is my screen visible? Hello? Can you see my screen? I'm not getting a response, so I assume that the screen is visible. Okay, so basically I wanted to generally, you know, whatever little I've understood about the startup ecosystem. So I wanted to make a
Yes, sir.
small
Yes, sir.
presentation on what has happened in the past, what is the scenario in current scenario, and what I feel might evolve in the future. I don't know how many of you might be aware of the fact that in India today, we have got 80 unicorns, and this data is slightly dated. Is it as of April 2022? I guess about 3 or 4 more must have been added by now. 80 is not a small number. And unicorn, as you all know, it's a billion-dollar company. So achieving that kind of a landmark is not easy, not simple. There's a lot of sweat, toil, efforts which have to go behind it. And a lot of knowledge is there, a lot of innovation is there. And our boys, they have done it. Our boys and girls, they have got together, they have done it. and they have developed this entire ecosystem, which made the government also take a note of it. Because the way it was developing, the way it was rapidly, evolving, the government also felt like this is the platform which they should be, considering, and they should encourage. Today, we have got approximately 60,000 startups across 642 districts, which have been registered with the government in Startup India, Stand Up India, and a couple of other platforms. Various colleges have joined the bandwagon. Various incubation centers have come up. The government has been providing funding to these incubation centers, to these colleges, just to attract more and more startups into their fold. IIMs, IITs, all the very distinguished institutions, they came forward, and whatever knowledge base they had, they started imparting that knowledge and handheld the startups to not only progress, but also develop and also to evolve. Today, India is the third largest startup ecosystem globally. I mean, it's remarkable. India is powerful. So this goes without saying, like being the third largest ecosystem is a major feather in the cap of this country. And that has happened not because of the, government, of course, like they can give an impetus. Institutions and colleges, they can, support the startups, but it has basically happened because of the entrepreneurial kind of mindset of the people who are in India. There have been dynamic changes. It has been, as we see, if we consider what used to happen about 10 to 12 years back and what is happening now, more of technology is coming to startups, more platforms are coming up. There is always an improvement over the previous platform, even if it is an imitation. There is always a way forward. There are certain aspects in the startup which are a shade better than the previous startup. And many startups have been so successful that they have been acquired by other companies. The VC funding has happened. Individual angel funding has been happening at a very large scale. And the internet penetration has been increasing very rapidly, be it e-commerce, be it payment gateways, be it fintech, be it medtech. You take any field, you take any area, you will find that more and more internet penetration is happening. They are based on internet platforms. Internet is the key for this technology development. More softwares are getting developed, more coding is happening, more applications are coming out. So this is something which is it's happening worldwide, but this is something which is remarkable and which is going to leap us forward into another century. Unfortunately, 2 years back, everybody was hit very badly by this pandemic. This COVID took a toll. Even in our industry, like Haldivita, if you take, our production, we were doing extremely well. We were incubated in IIM Kashipur. We started, we opened up the market. And just when we did it in 2019, or September, October, when we did it, 2020 COVID hit us. The factories were shut down. The people were without jobs. The sales could not happen. Courier services, the logistics totally kind of collapsed. People were shut in their homes. All we could do is just internet interaction. And that particular period, it was very, very beneficial for us because we started in the sense we worked out our strategies. We utilized that period, though our sales dipped. But we could do a complete whiteboarding. Me, my co-founder and the team, we used to get online and do a complete whiteboarding of what the future should look like, what the future of Haldivita should look like. So this is not unique to us. Many companies I know, many people I was talking to, the companies I was mentoring, they all did the same thing. They started strategizing. They got the cloud which was there in their thought process, that got cleared. The mist got cleared. And they had a very clear vision that once this pandemic is over, then how are we going to proceed forward? What exactly are we going to do? What will be the steps involved? So there were certain dynamics that I can say it was an inflection point, maybe towards the downwards or maybe upwards, but it was an inflection point, and many of the startups utilized that period to their advantage. Going back, what's in it for us? With these plethora of progressions, India has become a land of opportunities. Technologically, India has always been very advanced. When I was overseas, I could see that 80% of the tech population, tech workforce was Indian. I was in Gulf, and there were hardly any other nationalities which were working in the tech segment. So we are very powerful because tech is the thing. Tech is what is happening. So we have become very powerful and we are progressing. I mean, every day you find new innovations coming out. In EdTech you take, or even in these electric vehicles, the tech is playing a very, very important role. Diverse startup ecosystem, because not everybody is moving in the same direction. So various kinds of startups, they came into picture. To name a few, which developed very, very rapidly, one was MedTech, the second was e-commerce platform, the third was FinTech, and so on and so forth. With cutting edge innovations were there. Like even if you take Ola and Uber, okay, maybe it was an imitation. Uber came first, then Ola came. But I mean, Ola also, if you take, I mean, how easy your life has become. Your payment gateways, how easy it has become. If you take a platform like Cred, I mean, you can manage all your credit cards on one platform. Life is becoming simpler. Paytm, I mean, all these, startups, they have contributed hell of a lot in easing our life and in also developing the technology and making things more fast, rapid, and efficient. So this all happened because there were myriad of new technologies, vibrant journey of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is not easy. It's not easy at all. So people who actually embarked this journey, there were many people who left their jobs. They started a startup. There were many people from US and other countries who came to India. The other day I was watching Shark Tank. There's a lady who makes those incense. And she was there in US and she quit her job. She and her sister quit their jobs and they came to India and started a startup. Now, you will say incense is something like, what's so great about it? But no, I mean, that was an environmental kind of a startup which took into account that the waste which was happening of flowers and couple of, the flowers which were being wasted in the temples, they were using those flowers and creating products out of it. So there was an environmental aspect to the whole thing. The way we have evolved, the dynamic universe of startups is not a brand new phenomenon. Startups have always been happening. Only the dynamics have changed. Only the pattern has changed. I mean, when Mr. Birla must have started the first company, that was also a startup. When they started Modi Pawns, that was also a startup. But yeah, there were certain differences. Now this ecosystem, the whole platform has got so developed that investors, they come forward, the technology people, they come forward. So it's a kind of an amalgamation of various resources on a single platform. The mentors are there, the people with experience, they come and share their knowledge. The university professors, they come forward, and whatever researches are happening, they try to implement the same thing on a platform on the startup in the startup ecosystem. So this is not a new phenomenon, but the way this has evolved, that's why it looks new. It looks something very different. It looks something very promising. We can say when IT industry was developing, I was working as a CFO in HCL that time. And I joined HCL in 92, 93. That was the time when technology was just evolving. Technology, India, I mean, that was in the time of Rajiv Gandhi, when he gave a lot of thrust to computerization. He gave a lot of thrust to this hardware, software. So India started emerging on the global map. All the countries, I mean, who were deficient in the technical knowledge, they started hiring Indians. The Indian diaspora kind of, if you see overseas, the Indian diaspora consists of very many technology people. And that is obvious, like if you see Google or if you see Microsoft, I mean, the number of Indians who are working there is absolutely phenomenal. Possibly you might not know, HCL was the first company who supplied manpower to Microsoft. And that was way back in 91, 92. So that is the kind of power we held. And that is what the kind of power India yielded. These IT companies, they heavily invested in technology. They invested in capital. Public issues came out. Infosys made history. HCL made history. There was this Wipro made history. I mean, the kind of returns the investors got, that was absolutely phenomenal. The biggest advantage what India had was that it was an English-speaking country. Population-wise, technology-wise, China was not lagging behind. But their issue was, even other Southeast Asian countries, but their issue was good English-speaking workforce. And that worked as an advantage for us. So further in the year 1991, if you go back to in time, you will find that there was a lot of liberalization which happened. Indian economy had to open up. Till that time, we were like a closed economy. We had license Raj. But in 1991, everything started opening up. And there was globalization, there was more interaction with the outside world. There was technology exchange which was happening. From India, the technology was moving out, and from other countries, the technology was coming back to India. So it became very conducive. It became very, very, kind of important for the Indian economy, and it became a very, very important element for the Indian economy to develop. What is the current envious status? If you look at it, India has been successful in keeping its momentum. Last decade, we saw massive developments in the startup landscape. Massive. From 2014, 2013 and 14, you could see how many people started joining the bandwagon of these startups. And the most important thing, why I'm bringing up this point, is that the sheer diversity is staggering. Like what I said, be it fintech, be it e-commerce, be it supply chain, be it logistics, be it like, general services, be it food, be it, clothing or e-commerce platforms. I mean, everything like kind of exploded. More and more people came. Some, of course, they failed also. So that got consolidated, that got taken over by other startups. But some developed very rapidly, and the first movers got a lot of advantage. I mean, I remember like in 2010 or 11, I don't remember the exact year, this Flipkart had started selling books. And my first reaction was, who's going to buy books online? Why should people trust online? But then that credibility got established gradually because of these startups. They got, they created a layer of customer care, which kind of infused, the confidence of the customers. And the customers felt like, okay, if I kind of pick up any item from Flipkart, and if they are not able to supply, I'll get my money back. It's a credible platform. So that credibility started developing. Pandemic, of course, like it had a negative, like in the sense that everybody was shut in their homes. But the internet penetration which increased during the pandemic was absolutely phenomenal. The e-commerce, if you see, every company had to come on this e-commerce platform to sell their products. Even if you take Amazon, I was just talking to one of the persons in Amazon. So he was telling me like there was registration of nearly about 28,000 companies in a period of 5 months when this pandemic happened, because people felt like they've got products, but they can't sell it anywhere because the logistics is not working, or maybe the shops are closed. So they all got onto e-commerce platform, and the competition, of course, increased. But lot many products today, if you like surf, you want any product, which it's available on e-commerce platforms. In some platform, on some platform or the other, it will be available. The other thing, there was a very, very massive participation of these venture capitalists and the private equity firms. They started pumping in money because they saw this startup ecosystem very, very promising. And it was so promising that nearly about $12 billion were raised in the first 3 months of 2022. It's not a small amount. It's a huge amount, $12 billion. And the fact is that these VCs and private equity firms, they trusted the startups. They wanted to invest because they could see that India's future is lying there. So the investment started pouring. There was more development. The ease of money kind of helped in becoming more innovative and scaling up the operations. Future, personally, what I feel is e-commerce is going to be one major thing. And don't think that e-commerce is just selling shirts and maybe food items or shirts or groceries. E-commerce is phenomenal. E-commerce is phenomenal. I mean, initially when Dell started selling the laptops online, then everybody asked, who's going to buy the laptops? Laptop is something which a person has to get a feel of. Somebody has to look at it. But no, it became very, very popular and people started designing their own laptops and they started buying it online. Similarly, if you see even jewelry you take, I mean, items which are nearly about 80,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, 1.5 lakh rupees, they are getting sold and the orders are coming. So that trust factor has increased, but only thing is like the consumers need to know the credibility of the platform. There have been certain platforms which were spurious and people were fleeced, but that's just very, very minor as compared to the total development which has happened. Healthcare and pharma sector, because of COVID, you could see the doctor engagement online, buying of medicines online, getting the reports online, keeping your records online. Pharma sector, it's developed hugely. Today, I don't have to go to a hospital. People were scared. People were scared of COVID. So I don't have to go to the hospital. I just got to make an appointment and get online. The doctor does the examination, telemedicine. I mean, it has really improved drastically. Only when there is a touch and feel kind of a factor in diagnosis, then a person has to go to the hospital. EdTech sector, so many companies have mushroomed. And right from maybe, kids education to absolutely high level of education, everything is more or less being covered by the EdTech sector. And this is one sector which I feel is going to grow drastically. Infrastructure sector, development has to happen. So infrastructure, whether it's a survey of land, whether it's mapping, whether it's like designing, CAD designing has always been happening, but because of this cloud and all, now it's happening online. I mean, 4 people in 4 different countries, they can sit together and design a building. They can discuss and design. So that kind of a platform which will enable them to do that has been absolutely crazy. I mean, the development has been very, very rapid, very, very rapid and at an accelerated space. Fintech sector, fintech you all are aware of, like be it payments, be it loan, be it banking, be it, you just pick any segment. And fintech segment has absolutely exploded. Today, how many people go to the bank? I think visit to the bank has been reduced by nearly 80 to 90%. First time I went to my bank was to open a locker. Otherwise, I don't need to go to the bank. I just talk to the person over the phone. I get onto the application, be it ICICI, be it HDFC, be it any other bank. I just log on and do all my transactions, even for business. All the transactions are happening online. So these are some of the segments, and of course, electrical vehicles. This is not exhaustive list. I mean, things are going to develop, like space technology, that is developing very, very rapidly. Research industry is booming because of these startups. In fact, one of the startups had come to me. It won't be out of the place to mention. It was a UK-based startup. What they do is they try to discover this land mining. So wherever landmines are there, their team goes there and they do a survey, and they're technologically equipped. They've got equipments to handle that. So they go to these war-torn countries, like take for example Afghanistan. So if anybody has laid a landmine, they can detect it not by visiting the place, but from a distance. I mean, they can get an idea that there could be a landmine, and it is being funded by United Nations because they're discovering the landmine and they're diffusing the landmines. So no, this is a startup. This is such a technical startup. Nobody could have thought of it. But yes, people are doing that. So similarly, I mean, I can quote at least about hundreds of examples, which is absolutely unique in space technology, in drone, in this land mining, in war-torn areas, in war industry, the people who are making war equipments. I mean, this has grown very, very rapidly. And India may follow suit. Some countries have advanced in a particular area, some countries have advanced in different areas, but this consolidation is going to happen. The technology exchange is going to happen. And one of the reasons why this is becoming more and more compatible, different technologies are becoming compatible because people are working together. The globalization, the people, they can join hands with anybody overseas. Like so many startups in India, I know, I've worked with, they have got their technology partners or co-founders and sitting in some other country, and they collaborate, they come on the same platform, and they start working. So that these boundaries are going to shrink. That's the biggest thing. When the boundaries are going to shrink, then the knowledge is also going to get global. Whatever knowledge is available in India will go overseas. Overseas knowledge will come to India, and all this knowledge put together will help these startups to grow more rapidly and in a more and in a rapid manner. So I would like to close my talk after this, and this is the last closing thought for what I thought like I'll share it with you. So now that the economy has started to recovering, several sectors have been put to test and should revert back to pre-lockdown practices. But yeah, some new areas are coming up, new norms are being set, new developments have been happening. So there is going to be a fusion between the old and the new. That's what I feel, because without the old also we cannot live without the new. Like entertainment, you take for example, a lot of entertainment has shifted online. Like Netflix, I mean, it is a recent phenomenon. This all happened during the COVID. But the touch and feel of going to a theater, that might remain, maybe to a small extent, but it's going to remain. Eating out in a restaurant might remain, though you might order on Zomato or Swiggy. But going to a restaurant, sitting there, having food, that will also remain. So there's going to be a fusion. And it won't be limited to the sectors what I've just spoken about. It's going to be drastically, and who knows after 5 years what might emerge as the most enviable technology, but it's going to happen. Things have been changing and things will continue to change. Thanks a lot. With this, I'll close, and thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity to present, this what I feel about the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
is National Conference for Researchers and Academicians. I welcome all the guests and participants. Now, I would like to take an opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Dinesh Israni, sir.
A company focused on technology and business consulting.
Training providers with the seekers and capping it up as the Dean of Armite Institute in the recent past have all added a sheen to his illustrious career as an educationist. Dinesh sir is also a consultant to ISBM University Chhattisgarh, Lincoln University Malaysia for setting up their innovation and innovation center. Now I would like to request Dinesh Israni sir to enlighten on the topic. Welcome, Dinesh Israni sir. A big round of applause.
Just give us 1 minute, so screen share and everything can.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible? First of all, thank you for having me here with a lot of respects to the chairperson, Dr. Bhivandikar, the dignitaries of the dais, principal ma'am, vice principal ma'am, and the faculty of achievers, and my dear fellow presenters and speakers. Hello, Samir sir. It was a wonderful, enlightening talk that we heard from you. It was such a pleasure to hear you. Is it better this way?
Yes.
I just put this off. So, the talk on startups. Any one volume can be put off, either that one or this one. So there's no echo. I'll put this on mute actually. 1 second. When did this startup culture actually start? You know, if you go way back, to 1849, okay, 1849. If you go way back to 1849, 1849 में the California Gold Rush हुआ था. सुना है आपने what was California Gold Rush? Do you remember what was, I mean, have you heard of California Gold Rush? Have you all heard of what is California Gold Rush? क्या हुआ था? US में कैलिफोर्निया के एक portion में, wherever you dig the land, आप जहां पर भी खोदते हैं वहां से गोल्ड निकल रहा था. There were rocks of gold. Okay. And the whole world got to know that every corner of California there is gold. Obviously, आज आपको पता चले कि अचीवर्स कॉलेज के इधर जो जमीन है जहां आप खेलते हो उसके नीचे गोल्ड के पत्थर हैं. आप क्या करोगे? What will you do tomorrow morning or maybe tonight? क्या करेंगे आप? You'll start digging the land, correct? सबके सब आ जाओगे यहाँ. You'll start digging the land and you'll pick up gold, right? This is exactly what happened in California. Okay. Sorry. Is it visible? So ये जो है Mr. Auburn Revine, ये एक अफ्रीका के माइनर थे who was taken to America, and he was the first person who found that piece of gold. और यहां से बात पूरी चली थी. बहुत से लोग वहां पहुंच गए, बहुत से लोग. और वहां पर क्या हुआ? जब एक गोल्ड रश चालू हुआ, बहुत से लोग जा रहे थे गोल्ड लेने. बहुत सी नई नई एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स आने लगी. ओके, ये एक क्लिपिंग्स है. ये कैलिफोर्निया का आया था. दिस वाज द मैग्निफिसेंट क्लिपर. ये क्या है? एक ओशन लाइनर चालू हुआ, शिपिंग सर्विस. पीपल हैव टू रीच दैट आइलैंड, करेक्ट? आइलैंड पे जाने के लिए यू नीड ट्रांसपोर्ट. तो बहुत सी एक स्पेशल शिपिंग कंपनी शुरू हुई थी to take you to California. Okay. So because वहां गोल्ड रश हुआ था, बहुत से लोग जा रहे थे, तो एक आदमी ने सोचा, let me start a full-fledged shipping company. And that's how this magnificent clipper business started. Okay. ये वहां का actual advertisement है of American Times 1849 का. अब you need people to dig, correct? So एक आदमी ने ये सर्विस स्टार्ट किया. If you remember, olden days, काम करने के लिए Americans used to go down to Africa and buy Negroes. Negroes को खरीदा जाता था and they became slaves. और एक एक Negro $1200 में बिकता था. And these Negroes used to be placed for all the digging and the mining work. अब कैलिफोर्निया में गोल्ड मिल रहा है, उनको बहुत से नीग्रोस की जरूरत है, करेक्ट? एक आदमी ने ये सर्विस शुरू कर दी. जाता अफ्रीका से, नीग्रोस को शिप में ले आता और यहां सेल करता. You know, every Negro was sold for $1,200. Okay, so this was another business that started. ये क्यों स्टार्ट हुआ? Because वहां गोल्ड रश था. ठीक है. अब आपको अगर गोल्ड निकालना है, so there are a lot of equipment that is required. You need shovels, you need digging tools. वो सब चाहिए ना आपको. एक कंपनी चालू हुई, कैलिफोर्निया गोल्ड वॉशर्स, जो ये इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चर करने लगी. सो आप समझ सकते हैं, एक गोल्ड रश शुरू हुआ. But along with that, what all started? A shipping company, a Negro selling company, a instrument company which was manufacturing the equipment required for gold. ये आपका gold निकलता है, so that gold nugget has to be converted to ornaments, correct? So this was the company which started, जो gold nugget को लेके ornaments में convert करती थी. This company is existing even today. Even today, T.C. Williams is a very big name of the ornament company if you go towards San Francisco. अच्छा, इतने सारे workers होंगे. सब workers को they need cigarettes, correct? तो एक tobacco company वहां शुरू हो गई, which was manufacturing cigarettes. Okay. This was the other very famous company. In fact, today, if you look at the cigar market, the best of cigars are Stonewall Jackson. ये भी उसी टाइम में पैदा हुए थे. ओके, ये सब तभी स्टार्ट हुए थे. ओके, इनको स्टार्टअप नहीं बोला जाता था. They were called businesses. Startup name has come today, but actually, if you see, they were nothing but startups. Startups starting out of gold rush. मेन क्या हो रहा था? गोल्ड रश था, करेक्ट. लेकिन गोल्ड रश के वहां इतनी सारी अलग अलग कंपनीज शुरू हो रही थी. ओके, वहां पर यू नो एक पूरा बुक निकला था ऑफ व्हाट ऑल हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम, एंड दैट बुक वाज कॉल्ड द 49ers. टुडे आल्सो इफ यू गो and see online, 49ers is such a popular series. What all happened in 1849, उसका पूरा collection है. Alright. In fact, जो पूरा California बसा है आज, whether you talk about Los Angeles or you talk about San Francisco, San Jose, Santa Clara, ये सब जो जगह बनी है, they are all the results of this gold rush. Okay. अब आप सोचें स्टार्टअप कल्चर कब से शुरू हुआ? 1849 में भी स्टार्टअप कल्चर था. गोल्ड रश हुआ, लोग गोल्ड लेने के लिए भाग रहे थे, एंड विथ दैट गोल्ड देयर वर सो मेनी अदर स्टार्टअप्स, सो मेनी अदर बिजनेसेस दैट स्टार्टेड. करेक्ट. वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग विथ ऑल दोस बिजनेसेस वाज थिंकिंग आउटसाइड द बॉक्स. करेक्ट. सब सोचते अरे वहां गोल्ड मिल रहा है, हम गोल्ड लेने क्यों नहीं जाए? बट दे डिड नॉट गो फॉर गोल्ड, दे स्टार्टेड अदर वेंचर्स. करेक्ट. दैट वाज व्हाट वी कॉल एज थिंक आउटसाइड द बॉक्स, आउटसाइड द बॉक्स थिंकिंग. उन्होंने वहां पर लोगों की जरूरत समझी एंड दे स्टार्टेड अ वेंचर. ओके, दिस इज व्हाट everybody needs to understand, that if you want to become an entrepreneur and you want to become a startup king, you need to think outside the box. There are so many options available around you. आपके चारों तरफ आप देखिए, बहुत से options हैं. You can definitely come out with a very unique startup only if you think outside the box. So one important statement जो आप सबको याद रखना चाहिए, all of you, whether you're going to get into a job or you're going to get into business, okay, develop the habit of thinking outside the box. Routine मत सोचो, थोड़ा अलग सोचो. जितना अलग सोचोगे उतना ऊपर जाओगे. Okay. So of course, today there is a lot of startup craze. है ना, आजकल का स्पेशली इंडिया अगर आप देखें, स्टार्टअप हैज बिकम अ बज़वर्ड. ओके, आप कहीं पर भी स्टार्टअप के बारे में स्टोरी लिख दीजिए, एवरीवन जंप्स टू इट. ऑलराइट, बिकॉज़ दैट इज द न्यू इंडिया, दैट इज द न्यू वर्ल्ड दैट वी आर हेडिंग. किसने सोचा था कि टीवी पे एक शो आता है शार्क टैंक? देखते हो आप लोग शार्क टैंक? देखते हो? You all watch Shark Tank? नहीं देखते हो? देखो, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. I think that has become one of the shows जिसके पीछे the entire country is crazy. Correct? What is that show? It is nothing but startup craze. Startup craze जो अब थोड़ा glamorous form में दिखने लगा है. Okay? Startup में होता क्या है? तीन चीजें होती है. There are only three things. You get an idea, you plan it and put it in action. Your idea is good, plan is good, and work is good. There is no way in which your startup will fail. It is a sure shot formula for success. Okay, it's a sure shot formula for success. आज स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं ये सिचुएशन कितनों की है? आप सब स्टूडेंट्स हैं, करेक्ट? Out of these students, I want to know how many of y'all want to make a career? पढ़ने के बाद आप में से कितने लोगों को काम करना है? There's only one person I can see who wants to work. You all don't want to make a career, the other students. These girls here, you all don't want to make a career. बनाना है ना career, तो हाथ ऊपर कर सकते थे ना? How many of you all want to make a career? Are you all interested in making a career? Career बनाना है आपको, ठीक है? Career बनाना है तो आपके सामने क्या ऑप्शन है? रेड शर्ट वाले, आप क्या करना चाहते हैं? हाँ, उसके बाद अच्छा, सीए करने के बाद फिर डिसाइड करेंगे कि हमें काम करना है कि नहीं करना है, ऐसे है? उसके बाद डिसाइड करेंगे काम करना है कि नहीं करना है. Okay, but after that, would you like to make a career or no? After doing CA, would you like to make a career or छोड़ छाड़ के बस? You want to make a career? Oh, you. I think you are the one who was there in Stock Exchange. Oh yes, I met you there. Okay. You want to make a career. That's why you went to BSc, correct? So you have aspirations to make a career. Are you anywhere with these questions? Innovation क्या है? क्या होता है innovation? बैठिए बैठिए. Entrepreneurship क्या होता है? Startup क्या होता है? आप में से कितने लोग इन चीजों पे confused हैं? Confused नहीं. कितने लोग ये सोचते हैं कि how do I become an innovator? How do I become an entrepreneur? How many of you think like that? है ऐसे कोई? You have that question in mind. आपको ऐसे confusion लगता है? इतने सारा हम सुन रहे हैं आजकल. बाहर जाते हैं, everyone talks about becoming an entrepreneur. Correct. Wherever I go, they say become an entrepreneur. Okay. Achievers College में आए दिन हमें हमारे chairman sir बोलते हैं become an achiever. Correct. How do I become an achiever? What is becoming an achiever? Right? Confusion है ना? That confusion is there, right? Let's understand a few things. Innovation क्या होता है? What is an innovation? 3 टाइप के innovations होते हैं. Okay. Product innovation, design innovation, and process innovation. In very simple words, is this bottle a rocket science? Is this bottle something which everyone has seen? This bottle is very good. Correct? अब ये bottle का जब मैं cap खोलता हूं and I drink water, sometimes water slips down. Correct? तो अगर मैं इस cap cover को, this part को थोड़ा narrow बना देता हूं, so that when I drink, it becomes easier. Right? तो मैंने क्या किया? What did I do? थोड़ा model change किया, so that the water doesn't spill. Especially for a senior citizen. Senior citizen है जिनका हाथ हिलता है, correct? हाथ हिलने जब वो पानी पीते हैं, पानी गिरता है. उन लोगों के लिए अगर मैंने ऊपर एक nozzle लगा दिया, जिससे water can go straight in their mouth, right? तो मैंने क्या किया product में? कुछ नई चीज लाया. That is innovation. Have you understood? So innovation does not mean that you need to go and find out something new. जो रोज की तकलीफ है, उसमें अगर कोई नया डिजाइन ले आते हो, that becomes innovation. There is a process. Okay. अब यहाँ एग्जाम फॉर्म भरना होता है. We have to wait in the queue for long hours. हम जाके सर को बोलते हैं, सर हम एक ऐप बनाते हैं जिसपे आपका एग्जाम फॉर्म आप भर दीजिए. Is that an innovation? Is that an innovation? So जो भी आपको डेली प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं, अगर उनका आप कुछ शॉर्टकट सोल्यूशन निकालते हो, नया सोल्यूशन निकालते हो, that is an innovation. So if you want to do a startup and you want to be an innovator, जो आपकी खुद की तकलीफें हैं, whatever issues you have, bring a solution to it. Right now I saw the gentleman over there using a Vicks inhaler because he had blocked nose, correct? अब आपका ब्लॉक नोज है, मुझे भी ये प्रॉब्लम है, आप क्या करते हो? इनहेलर यूज करते हो। अगर मैंने एक ऑटोमेटेड पट्टी डिजाइन की और नाक पे लगा दिया जिससे आई विल नेवर हैव ब्लॉक नोज, इज दैट एन इनोवेशन? Inhaler is available. That same thing I'm putting it as a putty. It's an innovation, correct? Are you following? There are so many innovations that can be done. So you don't need to be a great guy to get into any innovation. Anybody and everybody can bring an innovation to any process, any product, or any design, okay, of the things that you're using. Okay. बहुत बार ये क्वेश्चन आता है हमारे सामने, हु इज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? आपके हिसाब से हु इज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? एंटरप्रेन्योर कौन है? यस प्लीज, एनीबॉडी, हु इज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? कम ऑन, आई नीड सम इंटरैक्शन. हु इज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? यस स्टूडेंट्स, हु इज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? आपने ये वर्ड सुना है एंटरप्रेन्योर? कौन है एंटरप्रेन्योर? देवेंद्र, आप ही बताइए, एंटरप्रेन्योर कौन है? देवेंद्र, आप ही बताइए, एंटरप्रेन्योर कौन है? जो बिजनेस करते हैं कि जो अलग सोचते हैं? जो अलग सोचते हैं. ओके, व्हाट डू यू ऑल थिंक? व्हाट डू यू ऑल थिंक? देखो, एंटरप्रेन्योर जरूरी नहीं है कि हैज टू बी अ बिजनेसमैन. आप बैंक में जाते हो, करेक्ट? यू गो टू अ बैंक, देयर इज अ ब्रांच मैनेजर, राइट? दैट ब्रांच मैनेजर टेक्स ऑल द डिसीजंस फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर ब्रांच. इज ही एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? ही थिंक्स इंडिपेंडेंटली, हैंडल्स अ ब्रांच. इज ही एन एंटरप्रेन्योर? Yes, he is an entrepreneur, but he's called an intrapreneur. वो एक organization में entrepreneur है. Have you understood? So whether you start a business or you manage somebody else's business, you are an entrepreneur. Okay. There are a lot of myths about entrepreneurship जो हम discuss करेंगे. Do we need to be entrepreneurs? Okay. एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के बारे में क्या क्या मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है? अरे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स तो पैदाइशी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होते हैं. दैट्स अ वेरी बिग मिथ. इट्स नॉट दैट दे आर बोर्न. एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आर मेड. अगर आप प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग लेते हो, गो थ्रू द ग्राइंड, ओके, यू बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. यू कैन बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. योर माइंडसेट कैन बिकम दैट ऑफ एन एंटरप्रेन्योर. ओके, बहुत बार मैंने सुना है एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आर गैम्बलर्स. वो जुआरी होते हैं, जुआ करते हैं, करेक्ट? ऐसे बोला जाता है ना, सुना है ना, मैंने तो बहुत बार सुना है. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट, दैट्स अ मिथ. कहते हैं मनी इज द ओनली वे इन विच यू कैन सक्सेसफुल एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर. यस, मनी इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बट इट्स नॉट द ओनली थिंग. ओके, यू हैव टू बी यंग टू बी एन एंटरप्रेन्योर. नॉट एट ऑल. मैं ये एज में भी एक स्टार्टअप शुरू करने का सोच रहा हूँ. I mean, I'm working on a startup idea at this age when people are telling me it's time for you to go to Hardwar. Okay. But at this age, I'm thinking of starting my own venture. KFC. KFC खाते हो ना आप? KFC जिसने start किया उसकी age क्या थी? 69 when he started KFC, right? So there's no age. जवान है, बुढ़ा है, everyone can be an entrepreneur. Okay. You must have a degree in business to be an entrepreneur. Not at all. Not at all. You should have a good sharp mindset. दिमाग यूज करना चाहिए. Okay. Need to be an entrepreneur? Yes. You need to be an entrepreneur. Okay. Why you need to be an entrepreneur? देखिए, एक चीज याद रखिए. आप कहीं जॉब कर रहे हो. जॉब का मतलब क्या होता है? When you are in a job, what does that mean? In a job means आप किसी और का बिजनेस हैंडल कर रहे हो. You are managing somebody else's business. And when you are running your own business, you are actually working for yourself. Okay. Both the ways आप बिजनेस कर रहे हो, करेक्ट? बोथ द वेज यू नीड टू बी entrepreneurs. ओके, एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी बनाने में क्या क्या लगता है? ओके, सबसे पहले यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द प्रॉब्लम, वो आइडिया वैलिडेट करना होता है, ओके, प्रोटोटाइप बनाना होता है, ओके, पायलट प्रोडक्शन एंड देन गेट इनटू मेन प्रोडक्शन. माय मेन इंटरेस्ट, एंड क्विकली आई टेल यू, इज जो सबसे बड़ी डिफिकल्टी होती है इज हाउ यू क्रिएट अ टीम. स्टार्टअप बनाने में जो सबसे पहला प्रॉब्लम है, हाउ डू यू मेक अ टीम. ओके, हाउ डू यू मेक अ टीम? हम क्या करते हैं, अरे ही इज माय बेस्ट फ्रेंड, माय बेस्ट फ्रेंड बिकम्स माय पार्टनर, और हमारे बेस्ट फ्रेंड के साथ हम एक स्टार्टअप शुरू कर देते. दैट इज द बिगेस्ट मिस्टेक that we do. Okay, your partner in business should not be your friend. Your partner in business should be the one जिसकी आपको जरूरत है. मैं आपको अपनी बात बता रहा हूं, मैं इंजीनियर हूं. हम इंजीनियर्स का सबसे बड़ा वीक पॉइंट फाइनेंस होता है. वी आर गुड विथ नंबर्स, लेकिन फाइनेंस हम नहीं समझ पाते. We are zero in finance. Okay, मैं सर को बोलता हूं, सर हम इंजीनियर्स को थोड़ा फाइनेंस सिखाओ. ओके, हम नहीं सीख पाते हैं. टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग कभी फाइनेंस नहीं सीख पाते हैं, दो दे आर वेरी गुड विद नंबर्स. तो मैंने क्या किया, वेरी अर्ली इन लाइफ आई रियलाइज्ड आई एम एन इंजीनियर, फाइनेंस में मैं डूबूंगा. मैंने क्या किया, आई गॉट मैरिड टू अ पर्सन फ्रॉम कॉमर्स फील्ड. Okay, my wife is a finance person. So घर में ही finance भी है, technology भी है. Okay, you need to associate with the skill that you lack. मुझे दहेज में क्या मिला, मेरे फादर इन लॉ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट थे. Okay, so I got a complete ecosystem at home. You know, मुझे घर पे ही पूरा ecosystem मिल गया. So when you're doing business, it is like getting married. I'm not joking. जब आप business करते हो, it's as deep as getting married. You need to have a very good partner, and that partner should have the skill set which you don't have. तब आपका business successful होता है, तब आपका venture successful होता है. So सबसे important चीज होती है creating a good team. I'm sure sir has accumulated almost 50 teachers. You can ask him sometime how difficult it must have been to bring in teachers and put them at those positions, and how to handle a team. It's the most complicated part. Second is competition. हम सब competition से बहुत जल्दी डर जाते हैं, correct? लेकिन competition, जहां competition है, means I take it as a very positive thing. कंपटीशन है, मतलब मेरा जो बिजनेस प्लान है इज डेफिनेटली वैलिड. क्यों? वो कर रहा है तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता हूं? Amazon था, फ्लिपकार्ट आया ना. हाउ डिड फ्लिपकार्ट रीच अप? Amazon को फ्लिपकार्ट ने टक्कर कैसे दी? आप सब यूज करते हो Amazon एंड फ्लिपकार्ट. फ्लिपकार्ट ने Amazon को कैसे टक्कर दिया? हाउ डिड फ्लिपकार्ट राइज ओवर Amazon? ऐसा क्या किया फ्लिपकार्ट ने that it became more popular after from Amazon? Yes, sorry, क्या किया उन्होंने? कैश ऑन डिलीवरी, फ्री डिलीवरी, करेक्ट? Amazon, thank you. Amazon had never given cash on delivery. वो concept था ही नहीं उनको. That concept was brought by Flipkart. Flipkart ने Amazon को बहुत टक्कर दिया था. Are you all following? So that is competition. You need to bring in competition. Credibility एक है जिसको टाइम लगता है बनने में. जब तक आप matured businessman नहीं बनते हो, दुनिया आप पे हंसेगी. People will laugh at you. हंसने दो, अच्छा है. जितना हंसेंगे उतना मोटिवेशन है to build your credibility. So credibility takes time. लोग हंसते हैं, हंसेंगे, हंसने दो. Okay. ग्रो होने में टाइम लगता है. टू बी अ सक्सेसफुल बिजनेसमैन, जिसको लगता है आज मैं स्टार्ट कर रहा हूं एंड टुमारो आई विल बिकम अ यूनिकॉर्न, ऐसा नहीं होता. इट टेक्स टाइम. ओके. Connections, yes. Networking, one of the most important thing. आप इसे BMS कौन कर रहे हैं? BMS and BWalk वाले कौन है? The first thing that you must learn is how do you network? How do you network? आपको पता है मेरे जो कंपनी है नमन एंजल्स, उसमें जो मेरे बड़े क्लाइंट्स हैं, who are my very big investors, वो कौन थे? जानते हो आप? जो मेरे नमन के बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, जो मेरे स्टार्टअप पे द बिगेस्ट इन्वेस्टर्स, वो कौन हैं? दे वर अननोन पीपल, जिनको मैं नहीं जानता था. 2 people, they were with me sitting in the flight, मेरे पास में बैठे थे. ओके. 1.5 घंटे की जर्नी, 1 hour 40 minutes जर्नी फ्रॉम बॉम्बे टू दिल्ली. They were sitting next to me. I am very talkative. I am very talkative. मैं रास्ते में जाता हूं, if I stop to eat a vada pav, I will become friends with that vada pav fellow. That fellow will start WhatsApping me. I chat with him on WhatsApp. Okay. I travel by train, I make friends. All right. You never know when you get a business connect over there. All right. These 2 investors were with me in the flight. One was while going and one was while coming back. I made very good friends with them. And today, it's been 8 years. I have been very closely associated with them. Okay. So that's how you need to be good in networking. जितना network करोगे, उतना grow होगे. Key of everything is networking. घबराओ नहीं. सामने वाले अगर आपको पसंद नहीं करता है, irritate होता है आपकी बातों से, no problem. Keep talking. He will accept you. If you want to be successful in life, example लो एक मक्खी का. एक मक्खी का. That's my motivation. मक्खी आपके ऊपर आके बैठती है. आप क्या करते हो? भगाते हो ना? वो भागती है, फिर यहाँ आके बैठती है ना? फिर यहाँ से भगाओगे, यहाँ आके बैठेगी. Correct? Does it leave you? Be like that. Just be like that. You'll be successful in life. Right? Am I right? And one of the most important thing is how you deal with stress. Stress रहता ही है. Okay. While we are talking, it's not that I don't have stress. It's not that sir doesn't have stress. Stress is a part of life. You need to deal with it. You need to accept it. ठीक है? This is what we have already discussed that you need for a successful startup. Team building की भी हमने actually discuss कर दिया. What is it that you need? Identify the role of each person. Okay. अगर आपका team building strong है, so you will always be saved from redundant jobs. Okay. I have just discussed all this. 23% of the startups that have failed in India have failed because of bad teams. गलत partners साथ में आ जाते हैं, and that is the end of the venture. Okay. That is something which you need to really understand. Okay. Excellent complementary skill set होना चाहिए. अब आ गया to the most interesting part. Funding, correct? पैसा 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 सबको चाहिए ना पैसा. How many of you want to earn money? How many of you all want to earn money? कितने लोग हो जो पैसा कमाना चाहते हो? अरे सब लोग. How do you earn money? कैसा पैसा कमाएंगे? कैसा पैसा कमाएंगे? If you are in a job, तो आप तो जिंदगी भर लिमिटेड पैसे ही लेके जाओगे. Correct? So the best way to earn money. Either become an entrepreneur or get married to an entrepreneur. Okay. Very simple. एक entrepreneur से शादी कर लो या entrepreneur बन जाओ. You will make lot of money. Okay. There is a lot of funding that is available around. Okay. ये terms हैं which I'm sure you all know better than me. You all are all from the finance background. Seed capital. Seed capital क्या होता है? जब आप एक वेंचर शुरू करते हो, So the initial money which is put into you is what we call as seed capital. Seed capital kahan milega aapko? First part is FF. Friends, family, fools. Friends, family and fools. आपके friends, आपके families. और fools कौन होते हैं? Fools is a very, of course, it's generally called fools, but ऐसे बहुत से rich लोग होते हैं जिनको बहुत पैसे पड़े होते हैं और वो कहते हैं आप पैसे ले जाओ, रिटर्न करना तो करना, नहीं करना तो नहीं करना. You get a lot of those people, okay, who give money. There are a lot of such people. They will give you money happily. They are the ones you should reach. उनके साथ दोस्ती कर लो, okay. आपको सीड कैपिटल वहां से मिल जाएगा टू स्टार्ट योर बिजनेस. ओके, फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली, फूल्स. सेकंड इज ये तीनों से पैसे नहीं मिले, देन यू कम टू एन इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर. इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर ऑल्सो गिव्स यू अ गुड सीड कैपिटल. यू कम टू अस विथ एन आइडिया. आइडिया अच्छी है, आपको अचीवर्स बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर से फंड मिल जाएगा. 10 से 15 लाख मिल जाएगा to start your venture. Okay, provided your idea is good and with certain formalities. All right. So seed capital, you have to go to an incubation center. 1, 2, you have to go to friends, family and fools. Okay. यहां पर मैं आपको एक बात बताऊंगा, जो बात सुन के आप सब हैरान हो जाओगे. Do you know the seed capital of Startup India कितना है? कितना बजट स्टार्टअप इंडिया ने साइड में रखा है ओनली टू प्रोमोट स्टार्टअप्स? इट इज 940 crores. ओनली वन फंड, स्टार्टअप इंडिया फंड. 940 crore स्टार्टअप में देने के लिए. 10 से 15 लाख देते हैं वो. करेक्ट. आप आइडिया लेके आओ, go to Startup India. They will give you 15 lakhs to start your business. Okay. Tell me, this is the support that the government has for you. What are you all waiting for? Acha. Boys to chodo. Girls ke liye, if it's a woman who comes forward, this amount is not 15 lakhs. This is 25 lakhs. No questions asked. Okay. For a women entrepreneur, it is 25 lakhs. No question asked. In India, women entrepreneurship को इतना promote कर रहे हैं, इसलिए मेरी जो कंपनी है नमन एंजल्स इंडिया फाउंडेशन, उसका चेयरपर्सन मैंने मेरी वाइफ को बना दिया. She is the chairperson because a woman-led venture has all possible benefits. So if you girls want to get into your ventures, there is a lot of opportunity for you from Startup India. Then there is something known as debt financing, which I think all of you all know, right? Debt financing matlab kya hota hai? Borrowed funds. You borrow money. Then equity financing means you take money, but a certain amount of shares are given to the company. Mere hisab se, this is the most expensive. Equity financing is the most expensive form of financing. अपनी कंपनी के शेयर्स देने का ही नहीं till it's not absolutely needed. Okay. Then of course, we all know venture capitalists, right? नाम सुना होगा ना venture capitalists का. कहाँ मिलते हैं आपको venture capitalists? Shark Tank में देखा है उनको बैठे हुए? They are all VCs, no? VCs में क्या करते हैं? They collect a lot of funds from people and that money they invest into startups. Okay, not just startups, but companies. Angel investors. What are angel investors? जो HNIs हैं, जो rich लोग हैं, they invest money in organizations. Okay, with the expectation that आज हमने अगर आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 1 लाख रुपया डाला, ओके, 5 साल बाद आपकी कंपनी का वैल्यू बढ़ेगा, so I will get my money back. I'll earn a lot of money. So that is angel investors. Okay. ये जो आपको स्लाइड दिख रहा है अब, जैसा मैंने आपको बताया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया दिख रहा है आपको, स्टार्टअप इंडिया द सेंटर विद द रॉकेट, दैट इज 940 crore फंड. अब आप जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, देयर इज DST, देयर इज नीति आयोग, देयर इज अटल इनोवेशन मिशन, देयर इज महाराष्ट्र स्टेट इनोवेशन सोसाइटी, करेक्ट, देयर इज MSME फोरम. इनके सबके पास फंड्स हैं to give you to do your startup venture. Okay, these are all different agencies who are waiting to help you. वो वेट कर रहे हैं कि कब अच्छे आइडियाज आए from the students and we fund them and we help them create their ventures. Okay, so this was the actual need of startups. With this, I would like to conclude my speech, my talk, with a word of thanks. And I hope there are many more young entrepreneurs who will come forward, take the support of all these people, and create your ventures. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So much, sir. The audience is indeed.
दिनेश सर ने बहुत आता दिनेश सरांनी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे इको व्हायला आवाज. एक बंदच करा, माझा आवाज जातो तिथे. तर भारतामध्ये याची सुरुवात म्हणजे स्टार्टअपची जी सुरुवात झालेली आहे, सांगायला हरकत नाही, हा महिना जानेवारीचा आहे आणि सुरुवात देखील 16 जानेवारीला झालेली. 16 जानेवारी 2016 रोजी या स्टार्टअप इंडियाची सुरुवात गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाने केलेली आहे. आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे की शासनाने किंबहुना केंद्र शासनाने असा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे की आपल्या देशाची प्रगती, डेव्हलपमेंट खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात व्हावी. दिनेश सरांनी तुम्हाला जसं सांगितलं की बाबा इंजिन, डबल इंजिन लागलं पाहिजे, म्हणजे ग्रोथ दुप्पट वेगाने झाली पाहिजे. या पूर्ण गोष्टींचा विचार करता फिर गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया कि हम कुछ नया करेंगे जिससे हमारी इकोनॉमी डबल हो जाएगी. तो फिर उसलिए स्टार्टअप इंडिया शुरू किया. इसके साथ साथ स्टैंड अप इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, ऐसे बहुत सारे नए नए स्कीम्स गवर्नमेंट ने आपके पास लाया है. फिर आत्मनिर्भर लाया है. ये सब स्कीम्स आपके पास लाने का मतलब ही ऐसा है कि आप लोगों की उन्नति हो. अकेला इंसान, ये स्टार्टअप में अकेला इंसान भी अपनी कंपनी स्टार्ट कर सकता है. उसके साथ साथ अगर आप चाहो तो ग्रुप भी बना सकते हो. और ये स्टार्टअप के लिए क्या मदद की जाए, आप अगर पीछे जाओगे, कुछ सालों के पीछे जाओगे तो देख पाओगे कि इंडिया में हर चीज के लिए, तो इंडस्ट्री के बारे में बता रहा हूं, अगर आपको नया बिजनेस शुरू करना है, नई इंडस्ट्री शुरू करना है, तो आपको बहुत दिक्कत थी. बहुत सारे उसके अंदर हमारे गवर्नमेंट के नियम, कायदे, कानून, ही पूर्तता करा, ती पूर्तता करा, हे करा, ते करा, हे लायसन्स घ्या, ते लायसन्स घ्या, इसकी जरूरत है, उसकी जरूरत है. इसकी वजह से लोग इंडस्ट्री डालना ही नहीं चाहते थे, इतना तकलीफ हो रहा है. और फिर हमने देखा है डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह के सरकार की तरफ से या उसके पहले नरसिम्हा राव सरकार की तरफ से कुछ कदम लिए गए और वो कदम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए आज हम देख पा रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया है, इंडिया ने, कि ये स्टार्टअप सिर्फ एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में रहना या एक तालुका में रहना, एक ब्लॉक में रहना, ये हमारा उद्देश्य नहीं है. हर गांव में ये रहना चाहिए स्टार्टअप. और नियर अबाउट अभी सध्या इस कंडीशन में नियर अबाउट 5000 यूनिट्स या स्टार्टअप शुरू हो गए हैं इंडिया में. और ये इंडिया वर्ल्ड में तीसरे पायदान पे आता है. अमेरिका, यूके और उसके बाद में इंडिया. इतने प्रगति ये बहुत कम अवधि में हुई है, 2016 से 2022, और ये ग्रोथ हो रहा है. और उसी का एक पहलू बोल के आपके अचीवर्स कॉलेज ने ये बहुत अच्छा इवेंट, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस लिया है, जिसका उद्देश्य ये है कि तुमको सेवा मिले, तुमको उसके बारे में मालूमात हो. तो मैं अपनी ओर से मालूमात ये देना चाहता हूं, टेक्निकल नॉलेज, ये स्टार्टअप कैसा करना है, क्या करना है, हमारे दिनेश सर बताएंगे, ये वो अपने साथ है. लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या मदद कर रहा है और गवर्नमेंट क्या हेल्प करेगा मुझे, तो आपको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट देने का काम हम लोग करने वाले. और इसीलिए आपके कॉलेज के साथ हमने एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, जिसे ईडीपी कहते हैं, जो इसका बेस है. स्टार्टअप अगर आपको शुरू करना है एज ए कंपनी बोल के, या खुद की एक अकेली कंपनी बोलो या ग्रुप की कंपनी बोलो, कलेक्टिवली आप कर रहे हो, तो उस टाइम पे आपको फर्स्ट मालूमात रहना चाहिए कि मुझे इन सारी चीजों की जो जरूरत है हमें स्टार्टअप शुरू करने के लिए, वो मुझे पता है क्या. स्टार्टअप मालूम हो गया, ये कैसा करना है, क्या है क्या नहीं, लेकिन वो बिजनेस प्लान जो बना रहे हैं, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आपको बिजनेस प्लान बनाना है। अगर आपका बिजनेस प्लान अच्छा हो तो स्टार्टअप में आगे जाने के लिए आपको सुविधा रहती है। फिर ये बिजनेस प्लान क्या है और ये गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स क्या है, गवर्नमेंट क्या मदद करने वाला है, कौन कौन सी स्कीम्स मेरे लिए है, ये जो अलाइड ये यूनिट्स है, इन सब के बारे में हम लोग आपको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट देने वाले। मैं आपको, आप सभी को गुजारिश करता हूं, रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि ये ईडीपी नाम का जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हुआ है हमारा, उसके अंदर आपका नाम इनरोल करो। अगर इनरोल नहीं हुआ है तो भी आके बैठ सकते हो। माझं स्वतःचं मत असं असतंय, नॉलेज हे पर्क्युलेट करण्यासाठी आपण कुठल्या एखाद्या व्यक्तीला हेच कर, हेच अटी, हेच सगळे पैसे दे, नाही तर आम्ही तुला कार्यक्रमात घेणार नाही किंवा तू कार्यक्रमात बसू नको, असा उद्देश माझा स्वतःचा नसतो। माझा उद्देश हा आहे की प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला ज्याला असं वाटतं की मला उद्योग सुरू करायचा आहे, स्टार्टअप करायचा आहे, तर स्टार्ट करण्या अगोदर ज्या बेसिक गरजा आहेत किंवा बेसिक नीड किंवा या कार्यक्रमाबद्दलची पूर्ण इत्यंभूत माहिती आपल्याला असणं गरजेचं आहे। त्या लोकांनी या कार्यक्रमामध्ये सहभाग नोंदवावा। त्याला गरज नाही की बाबा माझं नाव या पद्धतीने घ्या, मी फीस द्यायला तयार आहे वगैरे, काही गरज नाही। फक्त डॉक्टर भिवंडीकर सर आणि त्यांची जी टीम आहे त्यांच्या वतीने तुम्ही या कार्यक्रमात बसायला हरकत नाही। मग ते 40 विद्यार्थी असतील, 60 विद्यार्थी असले, सगळ्यांना आम्ही मार्गदर्शन करायला तयार आहे। गोल एकच आहे की तुम्ही सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर व्हावं, हा आमचा गोल आहे। आणि त्यासाठी मदत करणारी व्यक्ती डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिसर म्हणून मी आपल्याला सोबत राहणार आहे। म्हणजे सिंपल थिंग आहे, हे सगळं करायचं आहे दिनेश सरांनी जे काही सांगितलंय आपल्याला। आणि जर आपली इच्छा जागृत झाली, आता एका मॅडमने हात वर केल्या तशी आज तर उद्या तुमच्या मनातली इच्छा जागृत झाली, कारण ही जागृत होणं गरजेचं आहे। आणि तो एक सरांनी प्रश्न केला होता, दिनेश सरांनी, हे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप म्हणजे काय, एक छोटासा प्रश्न केला होता तुम्ही, त्याचं समर्पक उत्तर तुमच्याकडून आलं नाही आणि तो विषयाच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये निघून गेला। तो आपको पता होना चाहिए, ये एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ये कुछ अलग भानगड नहीं है, ये वेगळी काही भानगड नाहीये। उद्योग सुरू करण्याची प्रबळ इच्छाशक्ती आपल्या मनामध्ये असली पाहिजे आणि त्या दृष्टिकोनातून आपला प्रवास असला पाहिजे। नुसतंच इच्छा झाली कि मैं स्टार्टअप शुरू करूंगा, मैं इंडस्ट्री डालूंगा, मुझे बिजनेस करना है, तो नहीं चलेगा। उस दिशेमध्ये, त्या दिशेला आपलं मार्गक्रमण व्हायला पाहिजे। तर हे मार्गक्रमण करत असताना मग अनेक अडचणी आहेत, त्या अडचणी ऍब्सॉर्ब करणारी व्यक्ती मी आहे, की तुमचा प्रवास सुलभ व्हायला पाहिजे आणि हे सगळं माहित व्हायला। मग काय सुलभ व्हायला पाहिजे म्हणजेच मग पहिली पायरी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेव्हलपमेंट प्रोग्राम फार गरजेचा आहे। आणि त्यामध्ये तुम्हाला सुरुवात क फर्स्ट स्टेज उद्योग सुरू करण्यासंदर्भामधली इथून सुरुवात करणार आहे। उद्योग म्हणजे काय, उद्योजकता म्हणजे काय, या दोन्ही थिंग्स वेगळ्या आहेत। इथून सुरुवात करणार आहोत आणि ह्याला लागणारं जे आहे स्टार्टअप जे तुम्ही बोलताय, याला सगळ्यात महत्वाचं काय आहे की इनोव्हेटिव्ह आयडियाज पाहिजेत आपल्याजवळ। जे पारंपरिकरित्या आपण करत आलोय, जी आपल्याला गरज आहे आता सध्या, त्या गरजेची पूर्तता इथून होत नसेल, ती पूर्तता करण्याची धमक आपल्या प्रोजेक्ट मध्ये पाहिजे, त्याला स्टार्टअप म्हणूया। काही नाही, नवीन करायचं, नवीन प्रकारच्या या कल्पना असल्या पाहिजे, युनिक असलं पाहिजे। हे आपल्यासारखं दुसरं कुठं प्रोडक्ट म्हणा किंवा दुसरी इंडस्ट्री नसली पाहिजे। जर तसं प्रोडक्ट असेल तर लोक तुमच्या दारापर्यंत येऊन तुमचा माल विकत घेतील। नाही तर आज काय झालंय की समजा एखाद्याने एखादा प्रोडक्ट सुरू केला, आता हे बिस्लरीचं उदाहरण घ्या, त्यांनी त्याला सुरुवात केली आणि आज आपण बघतोय की अनेक कंपन्या, आपल्या खुद्द कल्याणमध्ये ह्याची कंपनी आहे, पॅकेट ड्रिंकिंग वॉटरच्या अनेक कंपन्या आहेत, मग हे सगळं झालं पण ज्यावेळेस आणलं ते युनिक होत. अशा प्रकारचे युनिक मॉड्यूल्स म्हणा किंवा उद्योग म्हणा तुम्हाला ध्यानात घ्यायचे तर सुरुवात करायची. आणि मग जेव्हा तुम्ही ईडीपी मध्ये येताल, हे अशा आयडियाज कोणते आहेत? नुसतं सांगून चालणार आहे का? तुम्हाला तुमच्यावर टाकायचंय का? हे तुम्हीच करा, तुम्हीच बघा. तुमच्या डोक्यामध्ये विचार आला पाहिजे. तो विचार तुमच्या डोक्यामध्ये आल्यानंतर त्याला मूर्त स्वरूप दे, हे काम आमचं आहे. म्हणजे रॉ आहेत, हे रॉ लोक आहात तुम्ही सगळेजण. यांना आपल्याला चांगल्या पद्धतीने तयार करायचंय आणि मग त्याला स्टार्टअप साठी मार्केटमध्ये आणायचं. हा रोल आमचा आहे. सेकंड स्टेप मध्ये मग सरांनी सांगितलंय की बाय सर तुम्हाला सांगतील योजना, त्या अनेक योजना आहेत. त्या अनेक योजना सांगत बसलो तर आपण संध्याकाळ होऊन जाईल. परत एकदा माझी विनंती आहे की तुम्ही त्या कार्यक्रमात बसा. त्या योजना सगळ्या आम्ही डिटेलमध्ये सांगणार आहोत. त्याला एक पूर्ण दिवस दिलेला आहे आणि त्या दिवसामध्ये याला लागणार, म्हणजे आपण म्हणतो ना बऱ्याचदा हे सगळं काही सोपं आहे हो, पण पैशाचा खेळ करणं सगळ्यात अवघड आहे. सब है, आयडिया है, सब है, मी तयार करने को हूं. माझ्यामध्ये एंटरप्रेन्योरशिपचे गुण आहेत, त्या दिशेने मी प्रवास करायला लागलोय, माहिती गोळा करायला लागलोय. पण साहेब माझ्याजवळ पैसा नाही, भांडवल नाही. ते कोण देणार, कसं देणार? ती देणारी व्यक्ती म्हणा किंवा ती देणारे इन्स्टिट्यूट आम्ही आहोत. म्हणजे जवळपास 50 लाखापर्यंतची मदत आमच्याकडून तुम्हाला होणार आहे. जर एखादी आयडिया तुमच्या डोक्यात आली आणि स्टार्टअप साठी तुम्ही एक छोटासा स्टार्टअप सुरू करताय, तर त्याला मदत करणारं भांडवल, भांडवलाच्या स्वरूपात म्हणा, ते आम्ही करणार आहोत. म्हणजे मग तिथला तुमचा प्रश्न मिटला. सगळ्या डोकदुखी म्हणजे पैसाच आहे हो, बाकी हे सगळं मिळतंय आपल्याला. आता हे एवढे चांगले हुशार लोक आपल्या सोबत राहणार आहेत, टेक्निकल नॉलेज असणारे आपले दिनेश सर आपल्या सोबत राहणार आहेत, कॉलेज तुमच्या सोबत आहे, तो तुम्हाला प्लॅटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करून देणार. सगळं झालं, पण आयुध म्हणजे सगळ्यात महत्वाचं आयुध म्हणजे आपला पैसा आहे, भांडवल आहे, वित्त आहे, आणि ते उपलब्ध करून आम्ही देणार आहोत. पण त्याला एक छोटीशी अट आहे, की सरांना पण सांगितली. दोघां सरांची चर्चा करत होतो, त्याला म्हणलं सर सगळं सोपं आहे, पण एक मात्र नक्की आहे, हे तुम्ही असू द्या, मी असू द्या, माझ्या घरातला माझा मुलगा असू द्या, माझा भाऊ असू द्या, कोणी असू द्या, आज बँकेत गेल्यानंतर पहिलंच वाक्य सांगतात तुम्हाला की तुमचा सिबिल स्कोर तुम्ही बघून आणा, ते आणून मला प्रोड्यूस करा, तरच मी पुढे जाईन. तर ह्याच्यामध्ये मात्र आम्ही तुमची काहीच मदत करू शकत नाही, कारण तुम्ही कोणाकडून कर्ज घेतलंय, कोणाकडून वित्त घेतलंय, भांडवल घेतलंय, पैसा घेतलाय आणि ते परत केलेलं नसेल, तुमच्या भावंडांनी असेल, तुम्ही असाल, तुमच्या घरातल्या कोणत्याही व्यक्तीने, तर आम्ही लोक तुम्हाला काही मदत करू शकत नाही. कारण ते सिबिल स्कोर मध्ये तुमचं जर कमी असेल तर तुम्हाला ते भांडवल उपलब्ध करून देत नाही बँक. ते नीट करून आणा, ते तुमचा सिबिल स्कोर चांगला करा, आणि त्याला फार कष्ट पडतात मित्रांनो, हे पहिलं सांगतो तुम्हाला. म्हणून सगळ्यात पहिल्या सुरुवात तर तुम्हाला करायची असेल, या क्षेत्रात यायचं असेल, तर तुम्ही तुमचा सिबिल स्कोर चांगला आहे की नाही ते पडताळून पहा. ते फार इझिली भेटते. त्याचा तुम्ही ह्याच्यावर गेला गुगल वगैरे आहे, तर तुम्हाला 5-10 मिनिटांमध्ये तुमचा रेकॉर्ड कळून जाईल. काय फार असं काय त्याला वेगळं करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. तर सिबिल स्कोर जर तुमचा चांगला असेल तर बँक तुम्हाला मदत करते. आणि मग माझा रोल तिथं चालू होतो की जर तुम्हाला तिथं काही अडचण आली आणि जाणून बुजून त्रास होत असेल आणि बँक तुम्हाला हे सगळं तुमच्या स्टार्टअप साठी मदत करायला तयार होत नसेल, आणि असं होतंय, बऱ्याच वेळेला होतंय, पण सगळ्याच ठिकाणी होत नाही, 99 ठिकाणी होत नाही, 1% होतंय. एवढ्या चांगल्या बँक आहेत, आणि तिथं जर तुम्हाला त्रास तसा झाला तर व्हेरी सेकंड डे मी त्या बँकेमध्ये तुमच्या सोबत जाणार आहे. का असं मला कोणी गव्हर्नमेंटने सांगितलेलं नाही. हे मी माझ्या स्वतःवरच नियम करून घेतलेला आहे की कोणी पण व्यक्ती जो सुशिक्षित बेरोजगार आमच्या भाषेमध्ये म्हणतो, किंवा ज्याला स्टार्टअप सुरू करायचंय, ज्याला नवीन इंडस्ट्री टाकायची, नवीन बिझनेस सुरू करायचा आहे, आणि हा उद्योजक होण्याच्या मार्गावर असताना याला अडचणी येणार, त्या अडचणी दूर करण्यासाठी जर आपण कोणी मदत केली नाही, एक शासकीय अधिकारी जर त्याचं बोट धरून त्या मुलाला त्या बँकेपर्यंत नेत असेल, त्याची इंडस्ट्री सुरू होण्यापर्यंत त्याला त्याचे इनपुट देत असेल, हँड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट देत असेल, ते करणं आजकाल लोक करत नाहीत. अधिकारी लोक तर सोडाच, कोणीच करत नाही. आणि हे आम्ही फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मध्ये करतो, कारण की तुम्ही सगळे अचिव्हर्सची मुलं आहात. ते नावच अचिव्हर्स नाव आहे, काहीतरी अचीव करायचंय आणि हे अचीव करा. तुम्ही समजा या फील्ड मध्ये येणार असाल तर या कॉलेज बरोबर आमचा MOU आहे, म्हणून आम्ही ही सगळी मदत विनामूल्य स्वरूपामध्ये आपल्याला आवश्यक असेल त्या ठिकाणी करणार आहोत. म्हणून मी आमच्या ऑफिसमध्ये बऱ्याचदा चर्चा करत असताना डॉक्टर भिवंडीकर सरांचं उदाहरण देत असतो. त्या समोर बसले म्हणून सांगत नाही. माझा स्वभाव समोर बसला आणि त्याची तारीफ करणं असं नाहीच. मी समोर देखील आता हे करतो. मी माझ्याबद्दल आता सरांना सांगितलं, सर तुमचं इतकं भारीचं सगळं काय आहे, हे माईक कसा त्रास देतो तुमचा, नेहमी त्रास देतो. मी स्पष्ट बोलून टाकेन, म्हणजे माईकला बदला सर, तुमचं एवढं भारीचा हॉल आहे, सगळं चांगलं आहे, तुमची लोक एवढे कष्टाळू आहेत, तुमचे प्राध्यापक मंडळ इतके चांगले, तुम्ही स्वतः इतके चांगले, पण हे माईक बदला जरा, असं मी थोडक्यात सांगितलं. मी स्पष्ट वक्ता आहे, म्हणून मी त्यांच्या तोंडावरही सांगतो आणि माघारी सांगतो. आमच्या ऑफिसमध्ये सांगतो मी बऱ्याच वेळेला की दूरचा बघणारा व्यक्ती कसा असावं ते डॉक्टर भिवंडीकर सरांकडून बघावं. हे व्यक्ती ह्या व्यक्तीबरोबर आमची मैत्री कधी व्हावी, तर त्या लॉकडाऊन मध्ये. आता लॉकडाऊन सगळं बंदच आहे, या माणसाला भेटायचं कसं, तर आम्ही फोनवरच. हा माणूस काळा गोरा पांढरा हिरवा मला माहित नाही कसा आहे, त्यांनाही मी माहित नाही पांढरा गोरा काळा निळा काही माहित नाही, पण आमची दोस्ती फोनवर. आणि मग त्याचा लाभ त्याने MOU करून घेतला आमच्या सोबत. आणि परवा दिवशी त्या मॅडम आल्या आमच्याकडे, सना मॅडम, और मैंने सर हमारे कुछ बच्चे ऐसे हैं कि उनको इंडस्ट्री डालना है. मतलब मैं हूं ना. ते बोले सर हमको MIDC में प्लॉट चाहिए बच्चों को, तो आप क्या कर सकते हो. मैं हूं ना. सर पैसा भांडवल बैंक वाले बहुत तकलीफ देते. मैं बोला मैं हूं ना. अरे तुम काय के लिए हो. मैंने बोला तुमने MOU किया इसलिए मैं फ्री में हूँ, इसका कॉस्ट को देना पड़ेगा क्या. मतलब कॉस्ट नहीं, फ्री है, इसलिए आपके पास ऑफिस डाला है. तो हे माणूस इतक्या दूरचा विचार करतो. माझे 54 कॉलेज बरोबर MOU आहेत, इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेज बरोबर. त्या 54 मधलं एकच कॉलेज असं आहे की जिथं आमच्या सगळ्या सेवा दिवस रात्र चालू आहे. डॉक्टर संध्या मॅडम खाली 1 नंबरला, तुम्ही कधी बघितलं तर डाव्या साईडला एक मॅडम बसलेला आहे, त्यांच्याकडून मला सगळी माहिती मिळत असते. तर तुम्हाला जर काही अडचण आली तर आम्ही आहोत. आणि अशी मदत नाही, बँकेपर्यंत येतो आणि बँकेला सांगतो बाबा रे कर्ज दे, आणि या माणसाला तू त्रास देतोय, तू जर असा त्रास दिला तर मी कलेक्टर साहेबांना सांगू तुला त्रास देईल. तर तू कोण आहेस. तर मी म्हणलं मी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिसर आहे आणि ह्याच्यासाठीच शासनाने मला अपॉइंट केलेलं आहे आणि ही माझी ड्युटी, नैतिक ड्युटी समजतो मी माझी. असं यायचं काही गरज नाही बँकेमध्ये, तो अधिकार नाहीये. पण मी बाजूला सारून, नियम बाजूला सारून तुझ्याजवळ बसलोय, तुला द्यायचं नसेल तर कलेक्टर साहेबाला सांगतो. तर बँकवाले देतात. सुदैवाने आपल्या बरोबर लीड डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॅनेजर, पूर्ण जिल्ह्याचे बॉस भारती साहेब आहेत, ते बँक ऑफ महाराष्ट्राचे आहेत. लीड करणारी बँक कोण आहे, सगळ्यात जास्ती ब्रँच ज्याच्या असतात ती लीड करते आपल्या डिस्ट्रिक्टला. उदाहरणार्थ बँक ऑफ इंडिया कोल्हापूरला आहे, स्टेट बँक ऑफ इंडिया सांगलीला आहे, त्यांच्या सगळ्यात जास्ती ब्रँचेस आहेत. तर आपल्या इथं बँक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र आहे. सुदैवाने हे जो मेन बॉस आहे ते माझे मित्र आहेत. त्यामुळे तुमचं जर प्रकरण बँक ऑफ महाराष्ट्रामध्ये असेल तर 101% तुमचं सगळं बाकी चांगलं आहे. आणि दिनेश सरांनी तुम्हाला तयार करून घेतलेला आहे आणि तुमच्या स्टार्टअप मध्ये काही उणिवा नाहीये, तर त्यासाठी मात्र मी आहे. तर भांडवलाची चिंता मित्रांनो करू नका, त्यासाठीच आम्ही आहोत. आता परत एकदा आम्ही काय अजून मदत करतो, तर प्लॉट्स. समजा तुम्हाला आता ते युनिट चालू करायचंय आणि प्लॉट्स नाहीयेत, तर शासनाच्या वतीने MIDC आहे आणि MIDC तुम्हाला कमी दरात प्लॉट देते. आम्ही स्क्वेअर मीटर मध्ये प्लॉट देतो मित्रांनो. आपण स्क्वेअर फीट मध्ये प्लॉट बघता, पण आम्ही स्क्वेअर मीटर मध्ये देतो आणि त्याचा दर मात्र फार कमी असतो, ज्याचा तुम्ही विचार सुद्धा केलेला नसेल. पण आपलं दुर्दैव पण आहे त्यासोबत की ठाण्यासारख्या भागामध्ये हे अतिप्रगत जिल्हे आहेत, इथं सगळ्या लोकांनी अगोदर इंडस्ट्री टाकलेली आहे. म्हणजे इंडस्ट्रीसाठी तुम्हाला नवीन प्लॉट घ्यायचा असेल तर आपल्याला थोडस बाजूच्या तालुक्यामध्ये जावं लागेल. उदाहरणार्थ शहापूर तालुका आहे, उदाहरणार्थ तुम्हाला इकडं मुरबाड तालुका आहे, किंवा तुम्ही पालघर मध्ये गेलात तर तुम्हाला जास्ती बेनिफिट्स आहे. ते कोणते बेनिफिट्स आहेत, कसे बेनिफिट्स आहेत, ते बेनिफिट कसे मिळणार, रजिस्ट्रेशन कसं करायचं, MSME रजिस्ट्रेशन काय, ज्याला आपण उद्योग आधार काही वर्षापूर्वी म्हणत होतो, ते उद्योग आधार 10-15 मिनिटांमध्ये निघत होत, पण आता ते उद्योग आधाराचं थोडं शासनाने क्लिष्ट केलंय. तुम्ही स्टार्टअप सुरू करावेत म्हणून शासनाने त्याला एका खिडकीमध्ये आणलेलं आहे, एका जागी आणलेलं आहे, पूर्ण भारतासाठी आणलेलं आहे. ते रजिस्ट्रेशन आमच्या जिल्हा उद्योग केंद्रातून तुम्हाला करून मिळते. मग हे सगळं करताना तुम्हाला असं वाटत असेल की आपलं बोट धरून चालणारा व्यक्ती पाहिजे, तर प्लॉट्स पाहिजे असतील, रजिस्ट्रेशन करायचं असेल, भांडवल हवं आहे, तुम्हाला नॉलेज हवं आहे, मशिनरीची माहिती हवी आहे, रॉ मटेरियलची माहिती पाहिजे, आपला गुड क्वालिटीचा जो प्रोडक्ट तयार होणार त्याच्यासाठी असणाऱ्या अत्यावश्यक पॅकेजिंग मशीन्स वो कसे लाना आहे, हे सगळं नॉलेज विनामूल्य स्वरूपात आम्ही तुम्हाला देणार आहोत. आणि त्यासाठीचा तो EDP कार्यक्रम आहे. ह्याच्यामध्ये आमचे तज्ञ लोक दिवस इथे येणार आहे आणि ते तुम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करणार आहे. तुम्ही त्याचा लाभ घ्यावा, स्टार्टअप मध्ये स्वतःचं युनिट चालू करावं, तुम्ही एक यशस्वी उद्योजक म्हणून समाजामध्ये यावं. आणि सगळ्यांनी या ऋषभ पंतचा परवा दिवशी ऍक्सिडेंट झाला, त्याची जी गाडी आहे त्या फक्त गाडीमुळे तो वाचला, अशी मर्सिडीज गाडी वगैरे तुमच्याजवळ असाव्यात आणि त्या मर्सिडीज गाडीमध्ये एक चक्कर आम्हाला कधीतरी मारावी ही अपेक्षा व्यक्त करतो. 2 शब्द माझे संपवतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. It was a great pleasure to host you at our organization as a chief guest. Before concluding this session and before starting the technical session, let me thank everyone. To end this inaugural session, I would like to leave you with a quote by Stewart Brand. We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to present vote of thanks at this national conference. Firstly, I would like to thank our today's chief guest, Mr. Subodh Bayas sir, for sharing some time from his busy schedule in order to lay down the foundation at this national conference. I must mention with the deep sense of appreciation to all the dignitaries, conference by Mr. Kiran Talele, keynote speaker Mr. Dinesh Israni sir, Dr. Sangeeta Kohli madam. I also take this opportunity to extend our thanks to our guest of honor Mr. Samir Gupta sir and Professor Smita Shukla madam for collaborating with us for the conference. Thank you, everyone. So,
We'll have paper presentation.
okay. A warm afternoon to all. I am Ms. Siddhi Chavan on behalf of Department of Commerce, IQAC and Shodhbos Samiti in collaboration with WRC, Indian Council of Social Science Research, University of Mumbai. Welcome you all to the technical session of Multidisciplinary National Conference on Startups in India, Past, Present and Future. Before starting technical session, I would like to take permission from the chairperson. And we start. Thank you. So our first presenter for the day is Ms. Prajakta. I request Prajakta madam to kindly come forward and start your presentation.
Yes, sir, not necessary. We are in the office.
मैंने वहां से शेयर किया तो वहाँ पे यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है? यहाँ से शेयर करूँ। अरे नहीं ना, पर वो वहाँ पे दिख रहा है ना, आपने शेयर किया ना तो सबको दिखना चाहिए।
My name is Ajakta Suresh Thakre. My topic is productivity performance of Thane Janata Sahakari Bank, TJSB Bank, 2009 to 2022. The urban cooperative banks are playing very important role by providing credit to the weaker section of the society, small traders and the small businessmen. In 1905, the Cooperative Act was passed in India. Now, according to this act, the first cooperative bank was established in Kanjivaram, Madras in October 1905. In 1st September 1988, 11 urban Okay. So in 1st September 1988, 11 urban cooperative bank was classified as a scheduled cooperative scheduled banks by the Reserve Bank of India. And now in 2021, there were the 1,534 urban cooperative banks are working in India. But the number of urban cooperative banks are continuously declining in India. Now that's why this study focus on the productivity of the TJSB Bank. Now TJSB Bank is the topmost bank of the Thane district. Now in India, these urban cooperative banks, the urban cooperative banks are classified into the scheduled banks and the non-scheduled banks. In 2008-9, there were 53 scheduled banks and the 1,668 are non-scheduled banks. So total there were the 1,721 urban cooperative banks in India. Now in 2011-12, the number of urban cooperative banks declined up to the 1,618. Now in 2016-17, again the number of urban cooperative banks declined up to the 1,562. And in 2021, the number of urban cooperative banks declined up to the 1,534. India adopted economic reforms in 1991. Due to the liberalization, competition among the banking sector has increased. The urban cooperative bank have competed with the private sector bank, which are financially as well as technically sounder. So those banks adopt the modern technologies such as the online banking, mobile banking. These banks survive in this competition, and TJSB Bank one of them. TJSB Bank established in 1972, and the bank got the status of a scheduled bank in 1996. And bank became the multi-state cooperative bank in 2008. Now today bank have 136 branches in all over the India. Out of this, 113 branches are in Maharashtra, 11 are in Gujarat, 6 in Karnataka, 5 in Goa, and 1 is a Madhya Pradesh. Review of literature. According to Das MR, he concluded that the labor productivity of the nationalized banks are continuously declining. According to Shilpi Kothari, she critically analyzed the impact of the financial reforms on the banking sector, and she concluded that the financial reform do not help to improve the performance of the banking sector in terms of productivity as well as the profitability. Now, objective of my study are: first objective, to study the various trends and the growth rates of TJSB Bank 2008-9 to 2021-22. My second objective is to study the branch productivity of TJSB Bank from 2008-9 to 2021-22. Now, for this study, research methodology, for this study, I use the secondary data. I collected the data from the various annual reports of the TJSB Bank, then the trend and progress report of the Reserve Bank of India, outlook, the development of a cooperative bank by the Reserve Bank of India, various articles and the PhD thesis. To analyze the data, growth rate and ratios are used, and to present the data, tables and the graphs are used. Research work. Bank accept the deposit from the people for advancing or for giving credits to the people or for the investment. In short, bank use this deposit to generate the income, and that's why it's very important to study the important indicator of bank: deposit, advances, investment, net profit, etc. Now, during the study period in 2008-9, the total deposits of the TJSB Bank was 2,347 crores, and it increased up to 13,336 crores. So during the study period, the growth rate of deposits is 468%. Now, in case of advances in 2008-9, it was a 1,507 crores. It increased up to 6,723 crores. So during the study period, advances growth rate is 346%. Now, in case of investment, the growth rate is of 170%. It is the highest growth rate in case of investment. And in case of a working capital in 2008-9, it was a 2,952 crores. And in 2021-22, it increased up to 15,172 crores. And in case of net profit, in 2008-9, the net profit of TJSB Bank was 24.35 crores. And in 21-22, bank's net profit increased up to 154.53 crores. So growth rate of the net profit is 535%. Productivity analysis. Productivity shows how efficiently bank is using or utilizing its deposit to generate the income. Productivity also shows per branch or the per employee's production capacity of the bank. And study period is 2008-9 to 2021-22. So first, branch productivity. Now, per branch deposits of the TJSB Bank in 2008-9 was 54.58 crores, and in 21-22 it increased up to 97.35 crores. Now, per branch advances in 2008-9 it was a 35.03 crores and increased up to 49.07 crores. Now, per branch business was in 2008-9 89.92 crores, 62 crores, and increased up to 146.32 crores. The per branch income was 6.31 crores. It increased up to 8.18 crores. And per branch net profit was 0.56 crore, means 56 lakhs, and it increased up to 21-22, 1.13 crores. Now, branch employees productivity. Now, per employee deposit was in 2008-9, 3.68 crore. It increased up to 8.34 crores in 21-22. Per employees advances was 2.36 crore and increased to 4.20 crores in 21-22. Per employees business was 6.04 crores and increased up to 12.54 crores in 2021-22. the per employee income was 0.43 crores, means 43 lakhs, and increase up to 0.70 crores, that is a 70 lakhs. And per employee net profit was 0.03 crore, that is a 3 lakhs, and increase in 21-22 up to 0.09 lakhs, that is a 9 crore, 0.09 crores. Conclusion. In Thane district, there are the total 16 urban cooperative banks are working. Actually, the 16 urban cooperative banks means those are registered in Thane cooperative officer. Out of this, 7 are the scheduled banks and 9 are the non-scheduled banks. In spite of a stiff competition among the urban cooperative banks, TJSB Bank is the topmost bank of the Thane district. Now, during the study period, it shows the high growth of the advances, deposits, investment, net profit of the TJSB Bank. During the study period, the branch productivity as well as employee productivity also show a high increase. Suggestions to sustain themselves in the competition to improve the performance of the TJSB Bank. The following suggestions are made. First suggestion, the consumers of the few private and the public sector bank can open online saving and current account. Such facilities should be provided by the TJSB Bank. It will help to increase their customer base. Second suggestion, nowadays, Demat account numbers are increasing in our country. So TJSB Bank should provide a Demat trading account facility to its customer, which will help to increase their non-interest income of the bank. And third suggestion is that bank should arrange a workshop for its customers from time to time to educate them about the online banking and mobile banking. So which will help to save the time of customer as well as the employees. So for this paper, I use the following references. Thank you.
पीपीटी इसमें भी डालो फटाफट लाओ जल्दी नेक्स्ट का नाम अनाउंस करो टेक अ प्रेजेंटेशन इन
Okay, so now I would like to call Miss Radha Madam to present their PPT. Please, Madam.
उसके हिसाब से उनको थोड़ा सर्विस देते देते वो लोग बहुत फेमस हो गए और वो घर में ही वो बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया विद लेस इन्वेस्टमेंट। तो ये पार्लर बिजनेस का मूविंग होता है। ये बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया न्यूयॉर्क में एक मैडम 1888 में अपने घर का काम करते करते हेल्थ केयर वगैरह बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। वो हेल्थ केयर में स्किन केयर, फेस केयर वगैरह स्टार्ट हुआ। वैसे होते होते उसने सलून स्टार्ट किया, बालों को कलरिंग वगैरह, ये बिजनेस स्टार्ट होने लगा। तो विद लेस इन्वेस्टमेंट, लेस एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन भी ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं है। 10th-12th में जो किया है, अगर वो बहुत अच्छे से मेकअप कर सकती है, हेयर कट कर सकती है, शी कैन अर्न इन 1 day 2,000 to 3,000 rupees आराम से कमा सकती है, आराम से। वो 9 में आके मैंने हमारा ये जो फर्स्ट स्लाइड दैट इज माय स्टडी, कैन आई डू इट फ्रॉम हियर? यस ना?
She wants to do it from your website.
पॉसिबल है?
एक सेकेंड ना,
हाँ हाँ, लेकिन आई थिंक
1 second I know.
I can manage it from here। तो मेरा स्टडी स्टार्ट हुआ। मैं थाना रीजन में, मुंबई रीजन में देखना चाहती हूँ कि ऐसे कितने सारे ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेसेस है जो सेल्फ अर्न करती है विद लेस एजुकेशन, लेस इन्वेस्टमेंट, एवरीथिंग। सो इस पे मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है, दैट इज वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ डूइंग दिस ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस अमंग people, those who are self-reliant, those who want to become a self-reliant. Okay, no problem. Back. First slide.
नहीं, actually the screen is of that.
Yes, I can.
Not this. Yeah.
I want this.
Just stop sharing from this. She can share from this.
Yeah. So my topic name is study on the role of beauty parlor business in promoting self-employment for human empowerment with reference to Thane and Mumbai region. I am Professor Radha Kankamola from Siddharth College of Commerce and Economics. Now I can share my screen so that I can show you कि मैंने कहाँ स्टडीज किया था, कैसे किया था, so that you can get a rough idea as a student कि कैसे पेपर बनाना है और कैसे PPT presentation करना है। See, this is my study. मेरा टॉपिक है ये कि स्टडी ऑन ह्यूमन beauty parlor business in promoting self-employment for the human empowerment with reference to Thane and Mumbai region। मेरा नाम लिखा उसके बाद में। तो यहाँ पर देखो मेरा जो है, I cannot share, मैडम, I cannot go there। नहीं हो गया। तो यहाँ पर मैंने इंट्रोडक्शन में लिखा है कि कैसे लोग ब्यूटी दिखना चाहते हैं और उसकी वजह से ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस स्टार्ट हुआ है। और यहाँ पर if you are seeing that the parlor business is starting because of the everybody wants to look very beautiful। Small introduction लिख दिया है मैंने। So whenever you start with your PPT, you have to write your abstract and introduction part first, then review of literature। ये बनाने से पहले what are the things are cover up, which are the things are studied। I studied lot of papers where someone is given the customer satisfaction, someone is given the components which was required for the beauty parlor business, all these things, but I have not seen that someone is doing the from the Maharashtra the beauty parlor business booming। Out of Maharashtra so many businesses ये already cover हो चुका है। रिसर्च कैप मैंने देखा है worker employed in the beauty parlor business have not been served and serving limited is owner of the beauty parlor only। वो लोग जो freelancers पे work करते हैं उनको नहीं लिया है। None of the study has taken the women operated the freelancers in the business। None of the study review the identify the socio-economic studies and educational qualification require होता है कि नहीं। ये बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने के लिए ये नहीं देखा था, इसके लिए मैंने ये पेपर बनाया। ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ स्टडी, मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ स्टडी क्या था, मतलब इसका प्रेजेंट पेपर करने के पीछे मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव, स्टडी करने के पीछे ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या, दैट इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हेनेवर यू आर डूइंग योर प्योर रिव्यू एज अ स्टूडेंट। आई एम गिविंग द गाइडेंस टू यू पीपल, अदरवाइज एवरी रिसर्चर्स नो दिस कि व्हाट आर द ऑब्जेक्टिव टू स्टडी बिहाइंड दैट, टू फाइंड आउट द पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट कि वुमेन के लिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज वन थिंग। टू फाइंड आउट द नेगेटिव सोशल व्यूज। देखो जो बिजनेस चलाते हैं, ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस, किसी किसी के माइंड में नेगेटिव बिजनेस होता है कि ये ब्यूटी पार्लर चलाती है कुछ और करती है, वो व्यू को वर्कआउट करने के लिए मैंने वो दिया है। टू अंडरस्टैंड वेदर ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस इज सूटेबल फॉर ह्यूमन, खाली औरत लोग ही चला सकते हैं कि आदमी लोग भी चला सकते हैं, वो भी देखने के लिए। फिर टू अंडरस्टैंड द सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्टडीज हु वर्क इन दिस ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस एंड टू आइडेंटिफाई द डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज एंड सेगमेंट। मतलब ब्यूटी पार्लर बिजनेस स्मॉल लेवल में होता है, मीडियम लेवल में होता है, हाई लेवल में भी होता है। हाई लेवल में मतलब पूरा जो हीरोइन लोग को देखते हैं, जो उन लोग के लिए काम करते हैं, हाई लेवल का। और मिडिल लेवल का मतलब मिडिल रेंज में, और लोअर लेवल का मतलब जहाँ पर हम लोग नॉर्मली जाते हैं वहां पर भी कैटेगराइज करते हैं। हम लोग देखेंगे एक एक ब्यूटी पार्लर में चार्जेस अलग अलग रहते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर फैसिलिटीज एमिनिटीज दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग, तो वो लेवल भी देखा है मैंने। एंड टू फाइंड आउट द एजुकेशन लेवल, मतलब ये जो बिजनेस चलाते हैं सच में एजुकेशन का रिक्वायरमेंट है, हाई लेवल क्वालिफिकेशन जरूरत है, या नॉर्मल जो 10th-12th किया है और उनमें क्वालिटी है वो भी कर सकते हैं, वो भी मैंने देखा है। फिर टू फाइंड आउट द एजुकेशनल लेवल के बाद मैंने देखा है कि वर्किंग फ्लेक्सिबल आवर्स। अभी एक लेडी थी जो अपना काम करती थी घर का, उसका मिस्टर काम पे जाता था 9-9:30 को, एंड उसका लड़का काम स्कूल जाता था 8 o'clock को, और दोनों भी शाम को 5-6 बजे घर पे आते थे। तो उनका घर में उन्होंने अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया 9:30 to 5:30। तो 9:30 to 5:30 को क्लाइंट को अटेंड करती थी। एक दिन में छोटा सा बिजनेस, छोटा सा सेटअप एक रूम में रखा था, एक दिन में कम से कम 3,000 रुपए तो कमाती थी। दिस इज अ रियल एग्जांपल। पर डे 3,000 मतलब पर मंथ 90,000। जो MBA किया हुआ लड़का अगर स्टार्ट करेंगे बिजनेस, उसको भी 90,000 का सैलरी नहीं मिलता है। जो वो लेडी घर में 9:30 to 5 o'clock के बीच में काम करके पर डे मिनिमम 2,000 तो कमाती थी। एक क्लाइंट को भी अटेंड किया तो 500 रुपीज तो मिलता है। अगर आपने मेडिकल किया, फेशियल किया, ये किया, हेयर कट किया, उसके हिसाब से अगर 4 क्लाइंट भी अटेंड करती थी दिन में 2 से 2,500 वो कमा लेती थी। सो उसके हिसाब से अगर 3,000 भी मिनिमम पकड़ो, 2,000 भी पकड़ो, तो महीने का 50-60,000 आराम से कमा लेती थी। तो फ्लेक्सिबल आवर्स में भी वो काम कर सकती और उसके हिसाब से वो अर्निंग करती थी। सो टू बूम दिस बिजनेस, मतलब जो लोगों को लगता है कि नहीं बाबा हम लोग नहीं कर सकते, अभी जैसे सर ने बोला आप लोग नए आइडिया के साथ में आ जाओ, ये पार्लर बिजनेस में भी कुछ और कर सकते हैं क्या, वो भी देख सकते हैं, और उसके हिसाब से आप लोग स्टार्टअप अपना खुद का बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। विद द हेल्प ऑफ दैट EDP आपका प्रोग्राम बनाओ, देन यू कैन बूम विद दिस बिजनेस आल्सो। एंड माय हाइपोथेसिस इज, देखना है कि whether beautiful business are suitable for women or not suitable for women, and there is a no positive impact of beautiful business and human empowerment, and there is a positive impact on the women. Battery is running low. Battery is running low. It is going to be closed. Okay, no problem. Okay, then my next is, it will going to be switch off now. Next. Okay. Next slide will not going on because the battery is running low. Okay? Okay. Limitations and findings है. Findings, this business is very much suitable, but there is a positive impact of the business. मैंने देखा कि लोगों में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो रहा है ये बिजनेस, स्पेशली वुमेन्स के साथ में मैंने जब डील किया, क्वेश्चनर्स किया, सब किया, तभी मैंने देखा कि लोगों में है बिजनेस का इंटरेस्ट है। कोविड टाइम में थोड़ा ठप था, उसके बाद जब देखा अभी मूवी में आ रहे हैं, बिजनेस स्टार्ट है, और देयर इज नो नेगेटिव सोशल व्यूज, मतलब सब नेगेटिव सोशल व्यूज है। लोगों को लगता है कि जो पार्लर में बिजनेस करती है वो लेडी सिर्फ पार्लर ही नहीं करती है, अदर बिजनेस भी करती है, अदर थिंग्स भी इन्वॉल्व है करके उससे देयर आर ऑल एजुकेशनल लेवल, मतलब जो भी लेडी है जो मिडिल क्लास से पढ़ी है, सेकेंडरी क्लास एजुकेशन, ग्रेजुएट, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट, कोई भी लेडी ये बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। विद इन्वेस्टमेंट दे कैन स्टार्ट द बिजनेस। फैमिली सपोर्ट जो है कंपैरेटिवली लेस होता है मैरिड वुमेन के लिए, क्योंकि उनको घर का भी जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा देखना पड़ता है। तो अनमैरिड से भी मैरिड वुमेन में मैंने देखा कंपैरेटिवली लेस है, दिस बिजनेस फ्लेक्सिबल में कर सकते हैं। तो दिस इज माय फाइंडिंग एंड सजेशन इज कि ये स्टडी से बहुत सारे लोगों को डेवलप कर सकते हैं ब्यूटी पार्लर एम्पावरमेंट के लिए, और ये स्टडी रिसर्च फ्रेमवर्क के लिए भी यूजफुल होता है। जो लोग कुकिंग मटेरियल्स, रेडीमेड कुकिंग या कोई और बिजनेस में भी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, तो ऐसे पेपर प्रिपेयर करके प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। और गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी अगर कुछ लोगों को अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट देना चाहते हैं, if they want to boom up this business, the government will also support this business. So this is my references. Thank you very much for kind listening. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Invite next
everyone. We shall start with the technical session part 2, that is online, within 5 to 7 minutes. We'll have a break of 5 to 7 minutes and we can start with the online session immediately.
I think our resource person is joined. So now we are starting our online technical session. A warm afternoon to all. I Miss Saira Banu Sheikh on behalf of Department of Commerce, IQAC and Shodh Bodh Samiti in collaboration with WRC, Indian Council of Social Science Research, University of Mumbai. Welcome you all to the online technical session of the multidisciplinary National Conference on Startups in India, Past, Present and Future. Now I request Assistant Professor Mrs. Madhuri Murbade to introduce one of our resource person, Mr. Hakimuddin Vohra sir.
Thank you, Saira ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor for me to introduce today's resource person, Mr. Hakimuddin Vohra sir. He is a founder and developer at BeFriends, Hazita Innovations Private Limited. He started the journey of entrepreneurship in 2018. He, as an app developer and research head at IT Tech Solo, he took the responsibility of CTO at Appliances Solutions. He formed Hazita Innovations Private Limited with products like BeFriends, Safe Savari, Tech Garli, and Virtual Wall, incubated at MSICS. Where we welcome sir for this session. Mic hand over to Saira ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madhuri ma'am. Before we are moving further, now I would like to announce some instruction for presenters. All the presenter will be given 8 to 10 minutes for presentation. A kind reminder will give you after 8 minutes so that you can conclude within a minute. Be ready with your PowerPoint presentation. Others are requested to mute themselves. All the paper presenters are requested to follow the sequence shared in the WhatsApp group. After the presentation, the chairperson will give the remarks for each research paper. Certificate will be mailed within 15 working days. I request everyone abide by the rules. Now, moving further, I would like to take kind permission of resource person to start the technical session. May we, sir? Yes, our resource person, Hakim Vora, sir. Can we start?
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having me. Yes, we can surely start.
Yeah. Now, I would like to call our first presenter, Professor Karina Vankawala.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay, share my screen now.
Yes, you can share.
Okay, so is it visible now, everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in this paper, I have covered the past, present, and future prospects of startups in India. Here I have discussed regarding what was the history of startup, what is the current trend, how much popular and how much growth rate it secured within 6 years. Moreover, the future sectors, which are the industries which will help future startup, future venturers, entrepreneurs to grow in India. So firstly, okay. So here I have, starting with the introductory part. So what is a startup and what are small businesses? Mainly, what is the difference between a startup and a small business? It's the innovation. आप कुछ नया लोगों को दोगे, कुछ नया, new in the market, that is the startup. It may be your digital app, it may be some kind of food tech, it may be some kind of edu tech. So some are the examples which I would like to give is Meesho, Flipkart, Amazon. If we see regarding the edutechs, then there are Byju's, Upgrade, Unacademy. इन लोगों ने कुछ नई चीज दी है. If we talk about the edutech, people who are living in remote villages, जो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, जो ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते, अपने घर पे बैठ के भी वो पढ़ सकते हैं. What these startups give, the comfort, the facility which was not available previously to the people. This is generally an innovative thing, a new thing you need to give to people. Now the objectives which I would like to cover in this paper is, firstly, I have discussed regarding the history, what different steps government is taking to promote the startup. Obviously, agar aap kuch naya cheez de rahe ho, then government is also help you financially, physically, mentally, so that you can promote and development. These steps generally include Make in India, Digital India, EB's portal. Then what value of leading companies have created, such like Flipkart, Amazon, उन्होंने क्या value create किया है इतने सालों में, which are the successful startups. Then I have discussed regarding the startup trend, कितना growth हुआ है. Moreover, employment कितनी जनरेट हुई है. नो डाउट आप नया चीज दे रहे हो, लेकिन आप सोसाइटी को क्या बेनिफिट दे रहे हो. इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि आप कितनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करो इंडिया में. देन व्हाट आर द फ्यूचर सेक्टर्स लाइक डेटा एनालिटिक्स, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग, हेल्थ टेक, रोबोटिक्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. ये सारी चीजें मैंने इस पेपर में डिस्कस की है. एंड ओके, when we see successful hai, sari cheezein success hai, but there are certain things which can cause a failure. If I talk about the data, then 95% of the startups fail. Why? There are some reasons. It may be due to finance, it may be your personnel are not competent, it may be because you are not finding a good market, people are not loving your product. Going for now. I'm audible now, everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Hello.
audible. Go ahead.
Okay, so my methodology is completely based on secondary data. I have collected data from the blogs, from research papers, from the websites, and it is completely exploratory research. I have collected the information, analyzed it, and put into the paper. Firstly, what is a startup? Startup, generally the definition given by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, it should not be registered for more than 7 years. मतलब 7 साल से कम का आपका होना चाहिए. Then it can be said as a startup. Moreover, आपका annual turnover, it should not be more than 25 crores. And lastly, जैसा मैंने पहले ही बताया, that should be something new, something innovative. कुछ नई चीज आपको देनी चाहिए. Something which is not in the market and it can help the people. That is ultimately innovation, and that will boost your startup. What MBA Chaiwala did, he got IIM, he got the position, secured the seat in IIM, but even though he didn't choose that career, और उन्होंने MBA Chaiwala का pursue किया because he was keen कि मैं कुछ खुद से करूं. Now history of startup. See, ये जो बड़ी बड़ी MNC कंपनीज है, जैसे कि कंपनीज हो गया, इन्फोसिस, TCS, पहले तो इन लोग ने शुरू ही बहुत छोटे मुकाम पे किया था. They started just as a startup during 80s, 1980s, but now have become the big multinational corporation. मतलब it is not necessary कि आप successful ही होगे, failure भी होगा, but success की value कब होगी? जब आप fail होंगे. Then in 90s, I have here discussed regarding the Airtel, which is one of the big telecommunication company in this industry. उन्होंने भी as a startup ही शुरू किया था. If we talk about the banking sector, ICICI, HDFC, जो हमारी private banking है, they are in top leading position. They also started as a startup only. If we see, India right now is in the top 5 ecosystem. Generally, right now it is ranking in 3rd position after US and China. Means people over here, youth over here, they are very keen to do something by their own. They are not willing to become the slaves of MNC company. खुद का कुछ करना है. So what I am trying to say, that after of certain years, we can lead the world. We can become the startup capital in the world. We can be on the first top position in this ecosystem, and which is very good for India. Moving ahead now, what Government of India has provided help. क्या schemes उन्होंने दी है? Generally make in India, yes, ये तो हम सबने ही सुना है. They are promoting to make products in India, efficient products in India. Why? Because it can reduce our imports. Imports भी तो कम करना है. It is necessary to preserve our foreign reserve. इसीलिए make in India का generally जो motto था वो निकाला था. And this startup, it is promoted by Make in India. Then Stand Up India. What is Stand Up India? जो हमारे वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, जो बैकवर्ड एरिया के लोग हैं, जिनके पास फाइनेंशियल हेल्प नहीं है, दिस स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम उन लोगों को हेल्प करके टू स्टार्ट देयर ओन वेंचर, own business. They provide the loans, financial help. If we talk about the Lijjat Papad, वो उन लोगों ने भी बहुत छोटे मुकाम से शुरू किया था. But now you see where they have reached. Then Digital India, इसका जो मेन मोटो था वो ये था कि आप पूरे सिटीजन, इंडिया के सिटीजन को डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाओ, डिजिटली उनको पूरा फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करने का एक डिजिटल इंडिया का स्कीम निकाला था. Then Mudra Yojana. See, in this Mudra Yojana बहुत सारे development banks include है, like RCB, IDBI. ये जो banks होती है ना, छोटे छोटे business houses को loan देने के लिए help करती है, so that they can start their new ventures. वो लोग आगे बढ़ सके. Then if we talk about the सेतु, EBS portal, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान, ये सारी की सारी जो भी schemes निकाली है government ने, वो नए स्टार्टअप्स प्रमोट करने के लिए किया है कि लोग खुद का नया कुछ शुरू करें. मे इट बी फूड कंपनी, एड्यूटेक कंपनी, मे इट बी ब्यूटी पार्लर और एनी काइंड ऑफ ग्रोसरी स्टोर, खुद का कुछ भी शुरू करो, सो दैट हमें बाहर की जो कंट्री है वहां पे डिपेंड नहीं करना पड़े. वी कैन बी सेल्फ रिजिलियंट, सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल, सेल्फ सफिशिएंट, ताकि बाहर से हमें किसी कंट्री की हेल्प ना लेनी पड़े. मे इट बी टेक्नोलॉजी, मे इट बी हेल्थ, मे इट बी रोबोटिक्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सब यहाँ पे इंडिया में तुम खुद डेवलप करो. नाउ आई हैव हियर शेयर्ड द वैल्यू, मतलब कितना उन्होंने इतने सालों में वैल्यू जनरेट किया है. सी, द फर्स्ट लीडिंग पोजीशन कम्स एट फ्लिपकार्ट. हमने कभी ना कभी तो फ्लिपकार्ट से कुछ ना कुछ चीजें ली होगी. वाई? बिकॉज of the quality, because of the price, cheaper price. Generally we used to buy it in its days, big billion days, then festive seasons. Why? Kyunki they are competitively good from other markets, other products. Then second position comes Make My Trip, third is Oyo. And here I have tried to cover 15 leading startups in India, and these all belong to different sectors: e-commerce, hospitality, fashion, beauty. मतलब हर इंडस्ट्री से कुछ ना कुछ लीडिंग स्टार्टअप्स है इंडिया में, and more they are increasing. Okay, so now I have shared here the trend. मतलब पहले 2016 में कितने थे स्टार्टअप और अब कितने हो चुके. सी, देयर वर ओनली 471. और अगर मैं आपको टोटल बताऊं, राइट नाउ द टोटल स्टार्टअप्स
Madam, sorry for interrupt.
Yes.
Kindly wind up within a minute.
Okay. So totally अभी 72,000 है. The growth rate which we can see is 15,300%. इतना सारा growth rate है. So this is tremendously popular nowadays. If we see regarding employment generation, Maharashtra is leading over here. As I said further, these are the sectors: cloud computing, biotech, IoT, जो 2025-2030 तक काफी बड़े अच्छे से मुकाम पे पहुंच जाएंगी इन सेक्टर्स में. Now because of financial problems, market अगर आप पहचान नहीं पाते हो, कस्टमर्स को पहचान नहीं पाते हो, तो आप वैल्यू भी क्रिएट नहीं कर पाओगे. Okay, so I'm concluding it over here. And lastly, I would like to say कि क्यों startups इंडिया में इतना अच्छा सक्सेस पा रहे हैं. मेनली बिकॉज ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन. यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है. इट मे बी द सीनियर पीपल और यूथ पीपल और द इन्फेंट्स, एडल्ट्स, मतलब बहुत बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है, एंड दे आर फ्रॉम डिफरेंट एज सेक्टर्स. इसीलिए यहाँ पे स्टार्टअप ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हैं. मोर ओवर अभी का जो यूथ है वो मल्टी नेशनल कॉर्पोरेशन का स्लेव बनना नहीं चाहता, वो खुद का कुछ करना चाहते हैं. IIT IIM से भी जो लोग होते हैं वो खुद का कुछ कर रहे हैं. इसलिए भी आज स्टार्टअप्स बहुत पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं. मोर ओवर गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो हेल्पिंग पीपल over here to make their something new product, new ventures, and providing the concessional rate loans. These are the references which I took the help to make the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Raghavendra sir. Raghavendra sir, are you hear me?
I am present. Good afternoon, madam. On behalf of me, Dr. Alaswamy sir will start the presentation. I will continue from the middle. Hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, madam, can you see the screen? Raghavendra sir, can you see the screen?
Yes, I am able to see. Put it in slideshow mode, sir.
It's in slideshow mode. Okay. Okay, can you
Option
see
is
now?
there.
Can you see now?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, madam, shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Thanks for the opportunity. Today, our topic is, for the conference towards a better society, impact of servant leadership on social entrepreneurship. Me, Halaswamy, along with Raghavendra sir, Amalnathan sir, Nijguna sir, Department of Management Studies, Acharya Institute of Technology, and we three are from Christ University, Bangalore. Okay. So as we know today, social entrepreneurship is actually becoming very famous. The reason we can see the environment today is actually depleting day by day. You can see glaciers are melting very fast, 3 times faster than what used to be earlier. The air is, air completely deteriorated. The whole system in the society is deteriorated. Because of that, within the company, and new companies are formed as a social entrepreneurs. They're emerging today in the society. So keeping that in mind, so what kind of a leadership is important? We have studied the servant leadership, how it has impacted in the social entrepreneurship setup. That's what our study is going to be. That's our major objective. As we know, when we say servant leadership, the leader should treat that he's first among equals. He should treat everybody who's actually working along with him as an equal. And importantly, today, so the interest today, what we have from the companies who are actually setting up for the largest community. So the powerful organizations are supporting the social entrepreneurship by offering a convincing subjective confirmation of valiant individuals, constantly changing the world. Everyone wants to disrupt, come up with innovative ideas to change the world. I told you during the off late, people are becoming very conscious. Okay, they want to change. They want to create something, innovative ideas. They will come up with the innovative ideas, creative ideas to change in the society. So that is what social entrepreneurship is all about. So in this study, so we have taken as a hypothesis like servant leadership with the 7 dimensions, which Raghavendra sir going to explain. The servant leadership with the 7 dimensions has a significant and a positive impact on the effectiveness of social entrepreneurship. And we have studied, in this context in the Bengaluru, so surveying about 200 and around 400 questionnaires were floated to the social entrepreneurs. 385 questionnaires, we got 152 entrepreneurs have responded accurately. So it's complete study going to be descriptive, and we have taken convenient sampling technology. So it's a structured questionnaire. Basically, we have developed. So further to Raghavendra sir to explain conceptual framework and results and discussions findings. Over to you, sir. Raghavendra sir. I think you are muted, sir.
Hello. I'm not able to see the second slide, Professor. Can you just go to the second slide?
Can you see this?
No. It's in the first slide itself. Or can you just take it out? I will share it otherwise.
Yes.
One. Just give me.
Sir, can you see now?
1 second. Yeah, now I'm able to see it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So as you can see, the conceptual framework for our study has got the impact of one variable on the other. So we have here the independent variable as the servant leadership style, which has got so many dimensions. So that is conceptualization, emotional convalescence, then followers influence, then followers growth and success, ethical behavior, empowerment, and value that is going to be created for the community. So these are the 7 dimensions of this servant leadership, which we are going to check whether it is going to have an impact on the social entrepreneurship. So now if you see these independent variable, the social, that is servant leadership style, which has got these many dimensions. So how it is going to have an impact on the social entrepreneurship? This is going to be tested using the multiple regression model. So we first wanted to check what is the consistency of this, whatever the variables that we have taken. So Cronbach alpha was calculated and it was found to be 0.945. And it is well above the standard value, that is 0.7. And we have included all 34 items, 28 from the servant leadership style and 6 from the social entrepreneurship style. So we have included that and we got this value, wherein each of these dimensions, that is conceptualization and others, we have got the Cronbach alpha above 0.7 and they are well within the standards. So the multiple regression technique was used in order to explain the relationship between the regression variable, that is the social entrepreneurship, and the regressor variable, that is the various dimensions which we have taken: conceptualization, emotional convalescence, then followers influence, followers growth, and the succession and ethical behavior and empowerment, and finally value creation for community. So as the table indicates, so we can see here, we have the entire model which is mentioned in table number 6, wherein the model summarizes that what is the impact of this servant leadership style on the social entrepreneurship, how much impact is found. So 70% of the variance in the social entrepreneurship is explained by these 7 dimensions. So we can see the value that has been mentioned here, which is nothing but 0.7%. Okay, so 0.70. So this we can just give me a second. Yeah, so it is 0.704. That is the R square. So R square value is 0.704, which says that there is almost 70% of the variance which in the social entrepreneurship is explained by these dimensions of the servant leadership style. So when it comes to the multiple regression model, we can make out from the multiple regression model that all the dimensions are significant at 5% level of significance, except for the conceptualization. So when you take conceptualization, that is not that much significant in bringing about the effectiveness of social entrepreneurship, whereas the other dimensions of the servant leadership, they have a very good impact on the effectiveness of social entrepreneurship. So upon going through these results, what we can conclude is that the 7 dimensions of this servant leadership, except conceptualization, they have a significant impact on the effectiveness of social entrepreneurship. So we have also arrived at a regression equation, so which indicates the social entrepreneurship on the left-hand side and all other dimensions on the right-hand side, along with the values which has been mentioned here, unstandard coefficients, beta, in fact. So we have that regression equation also. So that indicates that how much is the influence of each of these dimensions independently on the effectiveness of social entrepreneurship. So what we can conclude is that this servant leadership is a significant factor in determining the performance of social entrepreneurship. And also it has got a lot of potential as a research domain. So of late, as my colleague mentioned, that this is, social entrepreneurship is the order of the day. Now, gone are the days where we add entrepreneurship only to fetch the profit, but now we have that major pillars that people and planet is also taken into consideration. So that is what we call it as the triple P model. So that aspect, if you see, the social entrepreneurship plays a very important role, and to have a very good social entrepreneurship, the leadership style which should be followed is also very, very significant. Hence, we
Sorry
can
for
see that,
interrupt.
yeah.
Kindly conclude, sir.
Pardon?
Kindly conclude.
Conclude. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to conclude. Yeah. So it is advised that future empirical studies on nationalship leadership culture in the social entrepreneurship can also address these kind of issues. And also the servant leaders' impact on the workplace spirituality which in turn influences the staff creativity. The studies in these areas is also suggested. So with this, we conclude our presentation. So any clarification, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request our resource person to offer suggestions to Kiran ma'am as well as Raghavendra sir. Over to Hakim sir. Yes, I'm audible.
Yeah, I really, appreciated that you understood that, entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship is now more than the money part. Now people are looking to impact their lives. And actually, that is where we also, come in, because we also have a startup in the same sector where we are trying to reach to a mass and do an impact. Obviously, if you're doing a business, you have a focus of money making, but that can be done on the later end, because once you provide value, you can capture value. So I definitely agree with that term. And yeah, actually that is what social entrepreneurship is about. There are many sectors where, and now there are startups who have a social entrepreneurship aspect to it, right? And also the government is now supporting the social entrepreneurship. So from government itself, you get 10 lakh rupees of funding for the social entrepreneurship if you have that aspect. So that is where, people are now trying to get into, they have a streamlined business, but now they are adding the social entrepreneurship aspect. For example, even Amazon started doing the same, adding the handicraft products to their website. So obviously supporting, small artists. And so, yeah, obviously I loved your topic. I loved the presentation, and that one line, got me hooked, that money is the later end. The value and the impact that we give on to the daily life of users, that's a majority of the thing that, motivates us. So yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now, our next presenter is Deepak Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, the role of English in global marketing in modern period. So, means first of all, I like to thank Achiever College of Commerce and Management, and so first of all, we have to know about the importance of language in commerce, in trade, and in what we say, that we have to make a situation, or since we have to set a target to achieve our goal. इन मार्केटिंग हम लोग कहते हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज होती है, तो सपोज आई एम ए असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन रांची यूनिवर्सिटी, तो उसमें 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 ऐसा है कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि लैंग्वेज का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है उसको हम लोग इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। अगर हम लोग ग्लोबल मार्केटिंग में जाते हैं, इन कहने का है कि एब्रोड मार्केटिंग के लिए अगर आते हैं, तो उसके लिए हम लोग को क्या चाहिए, स्किल लेबर चाहिए। तो फॉर स्किल लेबर वी नीड ए कम्युनिकेशन। So in foreign countries, we've found the lack of communication because of language. अगर हम लोग बाहर देश, अगर किसी को भेजते हैं या काम करने जाते हैं, तो हमारे पास सब कुछ होते हुए we have the talent, but we can't communicate with the local people, with the companies because of language gap. Language gapping के चलते हम लोग क्या होते हैं, एक दूसरे से को हम लोग कोऑपरेट नहीं कर पाते हैं। और इन आवर कंट्री ऑल्सो, बिकॉज इंडिया इज अ वास्ट कंट्री, एंड इन द सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया ओनली लैंग्वेज मैटर, बिकॉज अगर हम भारत के अगर दक्षिण क्षेत्र में जाएंगे तो हम वहां पर देखते हैं कि लैंग्वेज जो है तो उसका रोल कुछ अलग हो जाता है, क्योंकि वहां पर अगर साउथ इंडिया में जाएंगे तो वहां पर इंग्लिश और वहां के जो नेटिव लैंग्वेज है वही यूज होती है। वहां पर हम हिंदी से ना समझ पाते हैं ना बोल पाते हैं। तो ऐसा है कि एक मीन्स गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी होना चाहिए इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम, इन न्यू एनईपी, इन न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी वी हैव टू सेट education system that the native language were connected with English and some major language of the world. जो मीन्स गवर्नमेंट की एक पॉलिसी बननी चाहिए, ऐसे जो भारत की जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था है उसको इस तरह से जोड़ा जाए कि लैंग्वेज का जो गैपिंग हो रही है तो वो कम से कम एक कम हो जाए। तो हम लोग ये भी देख रहे हैं कि सपोज फॉर एग्जांपल कि जो इंडियंस है वो अगर अमेरिका में जा रहे हैं तो वहाँ पर देख रहे हैं कि इंग्लिश का जो है इस मेजर लैंग्वेज जो होता है वो इंग्लिश है। large number of population use in English as their native language, but जो इंडियन जा रहे हैं वो हिंदी यूज कर रहे हैं। तो अब क्या हो रहा है कि उनको जो सैलरी है तो उस तरह का उनको जॉब नहीं मिल पा रहा है, उस तरह का उनको बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटीज वहाँ नहीं मिल पा रहा है, तो वो लोग निराश होकर फिर इंडिया वापस आ रहे हैं। तो कहने का है कि सब कुछ होते हुए भी हम लोग विदेशों में जाके सेटल नहीं हो पा रहे, अपना फ्यूचर नहीं देख पा रहे हैं। उसका सिर्फ एक ही रीजन हमें अब तक लग रहा है, और भी रीजन है माइनर, और भी प्रॉब्लम्स हम लोग फेस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसका एक रीजन ये भी है कि लैंग्वेज जो है सो इंग्लिश में को प्रमोट किया जाए। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अदर लैंग्वेज है उनका इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है, बट फॉर ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स वी नीड ए सर्टेन बेसिक नॉलेज ऑफ इंग्लिश। मैंने कहने का मतलब है कि व्यापार के लिए, बिजनेस के लिए, और उसके बाद जो साइंटिफिक नॉलेज के लिए कि हम लोग इंग्लिश का इंपॉर्टेंस को हम लोग इग्नोर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट को पॉलिसी बनानी है। और उसके बाद और एक बात है कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में एक गवर्नमेंट का एक चीज अच्छा लग रहा है हमें कि गवर्नमेंट एक वन नेशन वन एजुकेशन पॉलिसी उनको फॉलो करना चाह रहे हैं। बट अगर उसको डीपली अगर पढ़ा जाए तो हम उसमें देखते हैं कि इंग्लिश का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है उसको इग्नोर किया जा रहा है। तो कहने का कि ये एक फैक्ट है जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में हमें अभी तक दिख रहा है कि अगर न्यू एजुकेशन में अगर इंग्लिश का इम्पोर्टेंस को उस तरह से अगर इग्नोर और उस तरह से अगर उसको कम किया जाएगा तो भविष्य में ऐसा भी होगा कि इंग्लिश की इम्पोर्टेंस तो कम हो जाएगी, उससे उसका जो साइड इफेक्ट हमें सबसे पहले हमें दिखेगी ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स में। क्योंकि मीन्स जो लोग माइग्रेट हो रहे हैं वो लोग उसके लिए एक स्किल नहीं डेवलप कर पाएंगे, साइंटिफिक नॉलेज वो लोग गेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। और इन द मॉडर्न टाइम, इन द 21st century, वी फाउंड दैट इंग्लिश बिकम वन ऑफ द मेजर लैंग्वेज ऑफ ऑल थ्रू द वर्ल्ड। मीन्स ईस्टर्न इंडिया जाइए, चाहे वेस्टर्न इंडिया जाइए, चाहे आप अब्रॉड जाइए, we can't ignore or neglect the importance of English, but because of government policy, we found the number of schools and colleges in present time also teach the students in Hindi as well as in native language. So how we can stand? So how we can stand in world market? So it is my question to government that how we can improve the condition of skilled labor. अगर हम गवर्नमेंट को देखा जाए तो गवर्नमेंट जो है, जो लोकल जो अथॉरिटीज है उनके तो वो भी सपोर्ट करते हैं। तो जो नेटिव लैंग्वेज है, जो एक क्षेत्र के जो भाषाएं हैं, अगर एक राज्य के जो भाषा है, सपोज आई एम बिलोंग टू रांची यूनिवर्सिटी, मीन्स आई एम बिलोंग टू झारखंड, तो यहाँ पर अगर आप देखोगे तो नागपुरी, खोरठा, कुड़ुक and some other languages जो है उनका जो इम्पोर्टेंस है वो बहुत बढ़ जाता है। लेकिन एज ए स्कॉलर ऑफ इंग्लिश स्कॉलर अगर हम देखते हैं तो आपको कहीं पर भी इंग्लिश का इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं दिखेगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट भी बहुत रेयर है जो इंग्लिश ऑनर्स कर रहे हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट को जो चाहिए, अभी भी चाहिए कि we should promote a native language, but we can't ignore the importance of English, because for trade and commerce, English has its own importance and it will be continue forever. So it is one thing. Means I want to say that in modern time we found that communication happening in some other states also. अगर हम लोग कोई other state भी जाते हैं तो हम लोग कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाते हैं। सपोज अगर हम साउथ गए तो तमिल, तेलुगु, मलयालम ये सब यूज हो रहा है, नॉर्दर्न पार्ट में अलग यूज हो रहा है। तो हम लोग अपने देश को भी इसमें जोड़ नहीं पा रहे हैं, बिकॉज वी नीड सम मेजर लैंग्वेजेस, और इसमें दो लैंग्वेज है जो हिंदी एज वेल एज इंग्लिश। सो द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ बोथ द लैंग्वेज हैव इट्स ओन इम्पोर्टेंट, बट ऐसा है कि सिलेबस जो है उसको एक मेंटेन करना, उसको एक बैलेंस मेंटेन करना। सपोज फॉर एग्जांपल द बैलेंस बिटवीन मैन एंड नेचर। तो कहने का कि कुदरत और जो मनुष्य है इसका जो तालमेल बनता है, उसी तरह जो है एक लैंग्वेज का भी एक तालमेल बने, और उसके बाद एक उसको इम्पोर्टेंस जो है उसको हम लोग ऐसा नहीं है कि छोड़ दे। तो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सब कुछ ठीक है, बट वी फाउंड समथिंग इज लैकिंग, एंड दैट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ इंग्लिश. So if you have any question, you may ask. And my conclusion is that so we have to produce skilled labor, we have to produce scientists, we have to produce engineer. So without English it can't be possible, and so we have to appreciate the foreign language, and that is English. So thank you for first of all, I want to thank to all the Achiever College members so who gave me chance for this lecture, and I hope that in future also you connect with me. Okay, ma'am. And okay, so thank you.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Sir, would you like to give some suggestion?
Yes, ma'am. Means means हम एक चीज देखे हुए हैं कि by deep observation I came to know that that the government is the body who can make a policy, and we are the Indian, and means हम लोग जो इंडियन, हम लोग को ऐसा है कि हम लोग फॉलो उसको करेंगे, बट इन आवर न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी मीन्स न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में आप देखिएगा सब कुछ ठीक है मैम, अगर आप उसको मीन्स उसको जो होता है कि मेट्रिकुलेशन को खत्म कर दिया गया है, इंटरमीडिएट को प्रमोट किया गया है, उसको 4 इयर्स की यूजी कोर्स हो गए, 1 ईयर की मीन्स पीजी कोर्स हो गए, वो सब ठीक है, वोकेशनल कोर्स को भी इंपॉर्टेंस दिया गया है। लेकिन अगर आप देखोगे तो जितने भी एक होती है कि आप अगर सीबीएसई बोर्ड में जाओगे, ये सब एक होता है कि मीन्स ये सब होता है कि आपको ये सब चीज ऐसा कि फील करना पड़ेगा, आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि एक चीज देखिएगा कि वेदर इट इज सीबीएसई और आईसीएसई और स्टेट बोर्ड। अगर आप स्टेट बोर्ड के एजुकेशन सिस्टम को जाओगे तो इट इज बेस्ड ऑन हिंदी मीडियम, वो तो ऐसा है कि हिंदी मीडियम है, और उसमें जो है जो वहाँ के नेटिव लैंग्वेज है, वहाँ के जो क्षेत्र भाषा है उसको प्रमोट किया गया है। बट व्हाट इज द स्टेज ऑफ इंग्लिश? इंग्लिश के लिए वहाँ पर कहाँ है? जितने भी बुक्स है उसको कन्वर्ट किया जा रहा है, जितने भी इंग्लिश टेक्स्ट है उसको कन्वर्ट किया जा रहा है हिंदी में। सो ऐसे तो है कि हमारी जो इंग्लिश है अगर उसको वर्ल्ड स्टेज में कंपेयर करेंगे तो ऐसे भी वीक है, और इस तरह से अगर पॉलिसी बना दी गई है तो वो तो हम लोग फिर ऐसा है कि रूइन स्टेट में ही जाएंगे। तो हम अपने आप को वर्ल्ड स्टेज में कहाँ पाते हैं मैम? सो द गवर्नमेंट हैव टू थिंक फॉर दैट, एंड जो ओल्ड एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसके कुछ चीजों को एज इट इज छोड़ दिया जाए, और कम से कम एटलीस्ट है लैंग्वेज के साथ जो है इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज के साथ इस तरह से मीन्स उसको मैंने जो इग्नोर किया जा रहा है इस तरह से उसको इग्नोर ना किया जाए। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I request our resource person. Would you like to give suggestions to Deepak Kumar, sir?
Yeah, as they mentioned about the NEP, the new education policy, I agree कि NEP में अभी बहुत कुछ ऐसा है जो काफी अच्छा है और काफी helpful है for the students as well as the new age entrepreneurs, like coding आ गया, ये आ गया, and again जब English की बात आती है, so what I understand is English is a way or a medium to communicate. आगे चल के कितनी जगह पे ये issue करता है?
Sorry, sir, you are not audible.
Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible. I think there was some network issue.
Yeah. So as मैं ऐसा कह रहा था कि जो new education policy है, obviously it is very helpful for the students as well as budding entrepreneurs, जो मतलब जो skill चाहिए वो हम सीख पा रहे हैं, students सीख पा रहे हैं, and obviously communication की जब बात आती है, so it's a two-way sword. English necessity है भी when you're going for international trade, but obviously there are different aspects जहाँ पे काम हो सकता है. So yes, English as a language is important, but yeah, it can be worked over. That's all from my side.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Now, our next researcher is Mukta Agarwal, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Just a minute, I'm sharing the screen, ma'am. Next.
Hold on.
Yes. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Good morning. Good morning to one and all. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and for the dais. Good morning to one and all. Now, beginning with the research presentation, I would like to tell the content of my research presentation. First one is self-introduction, then research introduction, research design and methodology, research discussion, conclusion, and then end of presentation. Moving to the introduction, my name is Mukta Agarwal. I am a PhD student and I am from Pune. Now, now the research introduction. The first one is title of the study. The title of my study is Women Entrepreneurship Challenges for Homepreneurs and Mompreneurs. Now, as you know that gone are the days where women have end up their life in four walls in the houses. But nowadays, more and more women are entering into the or expanding their entrepreneurial horizon and of an unprecedented range of business areas. Now, what do you mean by women entrepreneurship? According to the government of India, women entrepreneurship or women entrepreneurs is an enterprise owned and managed or controlled by the woman having more than 51% of the financial interest of the capital and giving rise to employment and giving employment generated from the enterprise more than 51% to the woman is the definition of the woman entrepreneur given by the government. Now, I have selected the title of the topic, or I have selected this title, Women Entrepreneurship Challenges for Homepreneur and Mompreneur. I got this topic from the Pula group of Facebook site. That is Pula. Pula is PULA Pula. That is PU stand for Pune and LA stand for the ladies. So it is Pula, Pune Ladies Group of Facebook site, where more than 249,000 women are in the group, and among them 1.5 lakhs women are doing online and offline business. So from that I got the inspiration to study the women entrepreneurship, which are really a challenge for homepreneurs and mompreneurs who are handling both house as well as business. Now, moving to the next slide, that is statement of the problem. The problem I have recognized is that the women entrepreneurs and the mompreneurs are facing challenges in handling both businesses and the household courses, and working as they are working online from home, they are facing number of challenges. there is no need to tell that the women's are scattered in every walk of life. They are scattered in the business, profession, and the world around us. If we see that the traditional culture skills, female skills, which are developed and transformed into the home-based business, like making achar, papad, then boutiques, then catering services, etc. Yes, then they have, there are also not only this traditional skills are developed and converted into the home-based business, but also the women are empowered and showing their gracious presence in the outside the home, that is in political parliament you can see, then business public houses you can see, then courts you can see, and the list is endless. But somewhere again the same problem comes, that why the women's there are n number of challenges which women are facing, problems women are facing while they are doing the business, for handling both the things, home as well as business. Apart they are so much explored in doing business, then also they are facing the challenges. So here come the statement of problem, arises the problem. The next one is objectives. Now, the objective of my study is to study the problem and challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs in India, and to identify the opportunities available for the women entrepreneurs. Now, to achieve the objectives, we need to overcome the challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs. So to overcome the challenges, what are the challenges which are women are facing? Women are facing lack of education, illiteracy, lack of confidence. They are having inadequate market oriented market. What is the market risk? They have inadequate knowledge of it. There is a lack of technical know-how. They are lacking in many financial assistance, etc. So overcoming these challenges, the woman can surely the objective of the study can surely be achieved by overcoming these challenges. And if the challenges are overcome, if the opportunities are made available for the women entrepreneurs, then surely the economy of India will strongly increase. Now, what are the opportunities which can be available for the woman, or which can be made available for the woman? Now, government can make a number of opportunities. Government can develop skill development program. Government can arrange the social training program, women training program, and etc. Then the educational institution can assist the woman in entrepreneurial technical knowledge, know-how, and then awareness of program can be created for the women to grow up their entrepreneur skill. So if these opportunities are made available to the woman, surely the economy will be boosted. Now, the next one. Now, in the research, the next is scope and limitation. Now, the scope is wide over there in the women, like to promote and develop women entrepreneurship in India. Scope, there is very much scope to promote and develop women entrepreneurship in India, because if the women's, there are nearly about 48% of the women population in India, according to 2001 census. 48% population is comprises of female. So if the women, yes,
kindly conclude.
Yes, ma'am. If women are empowered, then society will be surely have a strong economy. Now, limitation. There is a limitation. Existence of gender bias in various parameters. You can see there is a limitation that everywhere you can see gender bias in the in every walk of life, where female and male are getting distinction. Now, the next one is research design and methodology. I have collected the data from secondary sources like journals, books, records, and this research study of many PhD scholars, etc. Then gathering process, I've gathered questionnaire information data I've collected through questionnaire method. And research methodology, I've done the descriptive survey method, and in-depth literature review have been used. Now challenges and opportunities are also have been discussed in the research methodology. The next one is result and discussion. In the result, the market misperception is there. Women entrepreneur market knowledge is disregarded, or they are having their knowledge have been unidentified by the market. Now, the network exclusion. Women entrepreneur often experiences limited access to the establishment of the business, and due to which they are having less, they can create less funds or less expansion of their business. And third one is managing expansion while unfunded. When the there is less fund or no fund is given to the women, they are unable to expand their business, and there are much more barriers in the business. Now, I would like to conclude saying that women are completely free to work and succeed, but there are considerable barriers in female and male entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs are essential to expansion of the economy, because as before I said that 48% of the population is covered or are of India. 48% of the population of India is comprises of women. So if women are empowered, the society will definitely expand, and our economy will definitely develop. Now, challenges need to be addressed. There are many more challenges need to be addressed. Right mentorship, if right mentorship is given right from the school, college level, undergraduate, graduate level, then the challenges are definitely be addressed. Then women equality and economic opportunity should be practiced, because there is only slogan left. That, yes.
Finally conclude.
Yes, now these are my references. I would like to end up my presentation. I am really thankful to the Achiever College of Commerce for giving me this wonderful opportunity for presenting my research paper. Lastly, I would like to end up by saying the famous quote given by APJ Abdul Kalam, that empowering women is prerequisite for good nation. If women are empowered, society with stability is assured. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I would like to give some comments.
Yes, as you spoke about women entrepreneurship, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely, it's something. It's an emerging technology. It's an emerging field, actually. Now even the government is supporting a lot of women entrepreneurship, and there is Her Start accelerators. There are incubators and accelerators specifically for women, mentorship, advisory, funds allocated for women entrepreneurs. So yeah, it's something that we would look forward to, in the coming years, where we'll have more women entrepreneurs. And right now, the entrepreneurs at the top of the health is small, but yeah, definitely that's going to change a lot in the coming years.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Rita Rao.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share my PPT?
Yeah, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yeah, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rita Raut from Yashwantrao Chavan Mahavidyalaya, Lakhandur, District, Bhandara, Maharashtra. And now I'm presenting PPT in a multidisciplinary national conference. The topic is Startups in India, Past, Present, Future. And my topic in this presentation is the role of digital platforms in developing digital entrepreneurship in India. Some summary here. The first point is the self-employment is an important source of youth generations. Means self-employment is the basic part of the startup criteria, because the employment is the need of the growth of economy, Indian economy, and hence there is basic platforms available by the government to the society, and the society can get the platform on digital platforms. So here self-employment is can be made on digital platform. The aim was to inspire the youth to become successful entrepreneurs. The aim of the digital platform to impress or to encourage the youth to become a successful entrepreneur on digital platform. As a result, India has become the number of one ecosystem in the world with more than 8,900 tech startups and more than 25 unicorns. Third one is the digital platform has awaked a ray of hope among the youth from urban to rural areas. Now we can see the effect of the digital platform. It can reach up to the rural areas among many young generations or old generations who had skills to develop their capability, and they can provide, or they can impress their skills on this platform. The youth are highly connected on social media. According to the report by HDFC Securities Limited, India has added about 42 unicorns in 2020, and now 37 unicorns have been created in it. The main objective of this study is to spread information about digital entrepreneurship to the people and to increase the confidence of the people. Next slide is about the introduction. At present, various efforts are being made in India with the aim of the creating entrepreneurship, and in the new education policy 2020, you can see about the concept of Startup India, which having the new essential features at presently in the NEP. There are wide variety of digital platforms available today. Startup India is the brainchild of the Government of India, which aims to catalyze India's startup culture and create a robust and inclusive ecosystem for innovations and entrepreneurship in India. So there are many schemes by Government of India for encourage or boost to the economic policy through the startup scheme. Startup India is a scheme launched to strengthen the economy in our country and give scope to entrepreneurship in the society. This study covers various content about the role of social media, digital process, and sustainable development. Also focus on self-employment is successful or not by digital platform. Then the objective of the study are to provide awareness within society about digitalization in India, to maintain sustainable development through Digital India, to provide a digital employment youngster, to study the startup project. Now I focus some essential elements like a digital entrepreneurship and the sustainable development. We can see the sustainable development is very impressive and very targetful things, because everyone need the sustainable development because of the limited natural resources. We can manage our requirements through these limited natural resources. So we can go through sustainable development by helping to the nature, by helping to the government, and this help will help us for our life. So the first point is digital approach brings new concept of employment in young generation. So we can see the digital platform is also focus on their sustainable development by means of providing employment in young generations, and the digital concept helps environment to be safe and sustainable development takes place. In India, there are many areas like agriculture, entertainment, education, traveling, manufacturing, trading, real estate etc. are developing with the help of advanced technologies. As a technology evolved in India, digital platforms helped enable it. In India, there are many areas, some here mentioned. Due to these areas, a society developed in various manner by digital literacy. Digital literacy provides knowledge about how we can use digital platforms and how we can earn by learning it. Digital platforms are a ray of hope for entrepreneurship in India. This has developed a motivation for self-employment. Digital entrepreneurship helps for getting opportunity in employment. We can learn this method for solving our problems. This is the Startup India. Second slide is Make in India and Startup Fact. Various innovations were created by the Indian government. These include Make in India, Startup India, Digital India, Stand Up India, etc. A large number of innovations have been implemented by the Indian government to boost employment growth. India is on the way to become a superpower in manufacturing. The Make in India initiative is based on 4 pillars to encourage entrepreneurship, not only in the manufacturing sector, but also in various sectors. The one pillar is a new concept of doing business. That means ease of doing business is a vital factor in promoting entrepreneurship. Several measures have already been initiated to create an environment conducive to industry. Many attempts are being made to create a dislicensed and deregulated system. Second one is new infrastructure. Having modern and convenient infrastructure is very important for the development of industries. That is why the government has decided to create industrial zones and smart cities. It can use high-speed communication tools. Also, the infrastructure in the industrial sector will be updated and the existing infrastructure will be increased. Third point is new sectors. 25 sectors have been selected under Make in India in manufacturing sector, infrastructure, service work, and the details of which will be given through the web portals. Fourth point is the new term. The industry feels that the government is the controller for the industry, but through Make in India, the government is going to focus on communicating with the industry by dispelling these misconceptions. Government will work as a partner of industry in the economic development of the India. The approach of the government is not going to be that of a controller, but of a facilitator. Government of India is developing pentagonal zones across the country for industrial friendly environment to increase the manufacturing sector and to make India a global manufacturing hub. Next one is the Digital India. To connect every citizen of India with the digital world, the government has taken this amazing step and launched the Digital India project. Digital India is the biggest driver in the history. Yes.
Sorry for the introduction. Kindly conclude within a
Yes,
minute,
ma'am. Yes, definitely. Digital India platform is the program that transforms the country into digital nations and give a new look to India for the financial 2021. And some role of unicorn. India has third in the world in the startups. Now India has ambitious to become #1 startup destination. Second, these startup schemes represent an innovative ecosystem of the entire country. Third one is a concerted effort is being made by the center, state, union, territory to put in India first. Various efforts are made by the government. As of the 108 unicorns, India's startup ecosystem is growing rapidly. Startups that have been valued at more than 1 billion have received the recognition of unicorn. In 21, India is the country that hosts the third most unicorn in the last era. Various challenges are here. There is a lack of digital strategy for digital transformation. Digital platforms are very broad field, but the skill to use it accordingly has not been developed. By doing digital employment, a large number of youth need to undergo training in various MMPS. For that, it is necessary to make a mindset of spending. It is necessary to create awareness that digital platform is also an area of employment generation. There is a lack of digital literacy in the society. Digital economy is dependent on technology, but there is a lack of creation of e-business, e-commerce, and infrastructure, etc. Society does not trust digitalization as there is no privacy in the world of technology. Conclusion: India is currently putting a lot of emphasis on skill development with the online format expanding. Hence, digital transactions are seen in increase also with the increase in the use of social media. The facility of digital emoluments has been created, but for that awareness of digital functions, its training, this investment in it, strong plan of the government in that regard is very important. In today's area, digital employment has a different confidence among the youth. Social media has to be looked at in terms of employment generation. Only then will the digital economy become stronger. There are some references, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Again, I request our honorable resource person, Mr. Hakeemudin Vora sir, to give some remarks.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so definitely digital entrepreneurship, digital revolution is something that India is moving forward. So yeah, digital entrepreneurship is something that is, being looked on to, and majority of the startups, have to be, or have introduced themselves as digital platforms due to this corona and COVID period. Majority of businesses, whether be it startup या तो फिर कोई भी एक छोटा business हो, it has gone digital, it has gone online. So yeah, digital entrepreneurship is something that is required to be focused on, and the support that is available for digital entrepreneurship is also great. But yeah, there are some minor setbacks to it, as you mentioned, the data privacy, the security. That is something that the entrepreneurs or the businesses have to set along their paths across. So yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. Again, I request all the presenters to cover the main points, aim, objectives, hypothesis, and finding conclusion, etc. within a given time. Now, I call our next researcher, Dr. Rakhi Sharma.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to the esteemed judge and my fellow colleagues. And thank you, Achievers College and the team for providing this opportunity. I am academic head at Jai Hind College, and I've also been running entrepreneurship cell and incubation center at Jai Hind College. And Mahika Pahuja has been a student head for incubation center. So one of the factors when we look at important today is we talk about startups, but here when we see some of the factors which is important in terms of encouraging youngsters so that they take entrepreneurship while they are in college. So this is most of the important area which we wanted to study. And that's what is there in our research paper to understand what is it something which actually makes a critical decision to be taken while in college. So there are two important variables, two important things. One is higher educational institutions, and the second is we talk about students and the incubatees or the startups while in college. So what role a higher educational institution has to play, and what role, what are the important factors because of which a students take up that entrepreneurship. So, so we have done, so that's our research objective. So one is the mentorship and opportunities which are provided to startups, so we collected data from various incubation centers apart from ours. And which is why they have taken up a route of entrepreneurship while they were in college and now are running a startup. The second research objective was to understand the critical factors. As what I said is like, there are a lot of talks on startup incubation facilities, e-cells. It's kind of become a buzzword today, but it's really critical to understand that what is that something which makes student or a higher educational institutions to actually focus on. Just doing a seminar or sessions, does it make sense, or something more? The third objective, what was important, is to understand the specific factors in the college when they are studying, which is a kind of stimulator, and how are the key factors that play a significant role for these startups to emerge. So a lot of people, a lot of organizations, everybody talks about startups, but what is it something which is actually converting an idea into a problem, into an idea, into a final MVP, and then finally taking it to a startup, because a lot of factors and an entire ecosystem is responsible. And the last part is very important, is if we talk about few educational institutions, what are those initiatives which they took, which has created them created a strengthened ecosystem when we talk about entrepreneurship. So these are the more broadly 5 objectives. As we had a privilege of being running incubation center at Jai Hind College and being a trainer as an entrepreneurship educator for almost 14 years, we could reach out to our 60 startups who were who are their early customers and who are also registered. So that is one of our sample. The other set of sample we wanted to understand is the students. So we stick to the number of 100 students, and these 100 students are the students who are involved, who are very much there in as a part of innovation hub or e-cells or skill hubs. So that is how we collected our data. And it was done through questionnaire and interviews. So again, there are startups we had interviewed who had first venture when they were in first year. They had a second venture when they were in third year, and they did not continue, or they exited, and then finally they have a third venture which has resulted them giving they're doing very well to an employee or size of around 55 plus. So that is the kind of startups we have interviewed. The startup sectors to which they belong in the research is from 2 different categories: product based and service based. So 47% of our startups were product based and 53% are from service sectors. Also, one more point I want to mention here is these startups were not only from arts, science and commerce colleges, these startups were also from engineering institutes. These are some of the startups who we interviewed, and they are already inducted and incubated at Jai Hind College Incubation Center. So we have a privilege, or we were fortunate enough to work with them right from the start to the level at which they are at right now. So there are various factors which are very, very important when we talk about in success of any higher educational institution with that NEP coming up, and we are talking about critical thinking, logical reasoning and all that. So there are those factors, and I would ask Mahika to take up from here and talk about the factors which are very, very important.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So through questionnaires and interviews, we have gathered certain information which we analyzed and interpreted. We have made use of various graphs, charts, and used the hypothesis as well. As you can see, this graph explains the main reasons why people choose to join entrepreneurship or incubation centers. They wish to improve their expertise, they wish to experience professionalism, and to realize how businesses really work in this ever-changing, fast-paced world. They also get the opportunities to speak to business professionals and to learn through the experience of others. In many higher education institutes, people work on entrepreneurship projects, which is also a more practical approach as it gives them more exposure. So as we can see over here, many of their ideas were originated 41% from projects, 32% from entrepreneurship programs and courses, 27% from other various entrepreneurial events that took place. We also interpreted the main reasons that motivate entrepreneurs to begin their ventures at an early age. So if a person has an idea, they check if it's profitable to begin with the business. They check its viability, and if they have been able to have proper people to work on their ventures with, it further motivates them. Also, the availability of working place, incubation programs, the expertise of experts and other people helping them also are the reasons which help them to begin their ventures. As we can see over here, this graph shows that majority institutes organize entrepreneurship events once in every 30 days. There are few who organize it on a quarterly basis. However, they should try and organize it more on weekly and fortnightly basis so that it's more effective and for the people to take up entrepreneurship. We also see that the people who are a part of these various activities, 88% from the other graph, they also end up gaining information from each other, and that's one of the one of the things which when they organize events, which they end up learning. Also, we have used a hypothesis in order to prove if there exists a significant relation between being involved in the entrepreneurial activities and the effect it has on them to work on their own venture. So this is how we had our observed values, also the expected values. And then this is how we came up with accepting the hypothesis and proving the relation that we wanted to. Next, we have what we, after analyzing everything, what we came across was that there's a higher chance of people choosing entrepreneurship if they're given opportunities to explore and to generate ideas. They should also be able to change certain elements of the business if it's not working out through pivoting. Also, various prerequisites for entrepreneurs include being able to find solutions to problems, thinking critically, being able to think creatively, and being innovative, and so on. What we would say to higher education institutes is that various programs and workshops should be organized in these higher education institutes, including workshops on be it marketing, branding, communication, finance, sales, whatever is essential for the entrepreneurs. People should also have practice ventures. As through this, they get the real entrepreneurial experience. And also, as far as being able to speak to different business professionals and hearing all the experiences that they had gone through is also very essential for people to be able to grow through the entrepreneurial journey. As far as the limitations which we faced was that the information that we used was mainly for people in the city of Mumbai, and we were not able to collect a lot of information from other cities in India. So this is what we came across after analyzing the data and interpreting it.
So one last point which I want to emphasize again, thanks Mahika, is key problem identification, which is as a part of when we were interviewing various startups, because there are a lot of problems and students start, but how to go and identify the key problem and how bigger the problem is something which is to be focused. And second is practice venture is something which should be encouraged by higher education institutions while they are in college. And the third one is the timing. It's the right timing to start. So that these are the three areas which we strongly got in an analysis when we were talking and when we were interviewing the startups who are doing reasonably well. So we are open to the questions.
Hi, if I may, as you mentioned, the three top reasons, right? The timing, the problem, and the practice ventures. To be honest, that these three are the top three out of these top 7 problems or the reasons of the majority failures in startups. So as we say that the 90% of the startups fail. So majority of the cases are these 3 problems. So what other problems, have you encountered that the reason for the failure or something?
Yeah. So sorry. Okay, fine. So you want to say that what are the other problems?
Yes.
So see, these are the 3 problems. I'm not saying these are the 3 problems. I'm not saying because of which they are failing. I'm saying these are the 3 areas, those who are successful startups and have actually crossed the gestation period of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. are because of these factors, because they did things right at the right time.
Right.
They had a practice venture when they were in college. So when I say practice venture, I mean to say when they were in first year, they already had a venture. They realized after some point of time that they can't scale it up, or maybe it's not giving that return. By the time they were in third year, they had the second one. But the third one, which is so successful, which is doing very well, is because they had the first two. So which is why we are saying because of the practice venture, they were able to have a good startup. So when we saying higher education institutions, they should encourage more of ventures when they are in college. That's
right. So
that's what we are trying to say.
Based on the same lines, the IIMs have started giving, and even BITS Pilani, they started giving 1 year gap. So in that 1 year, these student can go out, do venture, and come back. If they fail, they can come back and continue their studies. If not, they are happy to go as a successful venture. So I agree the practice venture part, because it gives you the real life experience of whether what to do and what not to do, and obviously the timing and the target, because there are many problems, but not every problem is solvable, and every problems are not at that stage that needs to be solved at that particular scenario. So yeah, as you mentioned, that these 3 points, these are very key points in a successful venture. But as you said that you've talked to 60 plus startups from both the service and the product stage. So I'm just excited to know the other reasons.
Other reasons is, so again, so there are few reasons which I would say is a team. So there were startups who were almost like, we had a complete investment ready. The investor was willing to invest. It was the second meeting which was happening, and there was a conflict in the team. Right. So this is the second, there are other reasons when we looked at it is a conflict. The third one, another point is when we also looked at some of these startups who actually had to look at when they look at a problem, and many times it happens when they look at the problems, they only look at a smaller areas and they feel that it's going to happen. So again, the kind of the value proposition they need to create and understanding who is the right customer segment. Few other areas is working on their financials. So we have also seen, so there is a startup currently, like, he's a founder of Navona Kitchen, and they are selling pizzas and crozos, and I was very closely involved working with them as an advisor to that startup. There was a startup where, so here it is again the scalability. At some point of time, if you feel that there is a potential, market potential, and beyond that I cannot take it and this is not going to work, it makes sense to pivot. So that's another point is like, how much you can make it out in the current sector with the existing competencies you have. And when is the right time. So these are the other set of areas where we look at it, where there are a lot of issues. Another few important areas is understanding of a legal thing. So this is something which we heavily work on in terms of IPR with our startups who we incubate, and also it is very important for to make students understand a lot of legal perspective in terms of GST, and also there are startups who we have incubated, like, and we had to do separate sessions for their for the GST and their little filings and all that, because they were facing problems and they did not realize. So we don't want them to have those kind of penalties also. So there are so many areas. The purpose here is to ensure that what higher education institutions are doing. I mean, we all talk about startups. We should have startups, but it cannot come only with the seminars and sessions. You have to work, handhold them when they are in college. And that's something which is then only we can talk about past, present, and future.
Right.
So that was our perspective of all these startups who we are talking, sir, almost in my career of almost 15 years of working with a lot of startups, they are all our own startups. So I've been involved in those startups to some level.
Yeah, that actually adds a lot of value to the to the startups as well as understanding their problems. So yeah, definitely. That is all that I had to ask. It's all from my side.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your deep knowledge. Now our next researcher is Sailesh sir.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, respected Hakim Vora sir, chairperson, honorable chief guest, and all respected research scholars. Myself, assistant professor Shailesh Arundekar. I am an accountancy person, but since the theme of this seminar is startups, I decided to take a different subject. The name of my topic is a study of challenges and prospects of household canteen business in Mumbai suburban area. Next slide, please. People are leaving smaller towns and rural areas to seek employment in larger, bigger cities like Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, etc. Increasing employment opportunities and establishment of new educational institutions have resulted in a massive migration to the nation's major urban centers. As a result, students and employees don't have enough time to cook their own food, and many of them are unable to cook at home due to multiple reasons. But everyone wants healthy, hygienic, quality, and economical food that resembles the taste of their own kitchen. Thus, household tiffin service business came into existence. This research paper studies the perception of the vendors and the entrepreneurs towards the prospects of household tiffin business in suburban areas of Mumbai city. Next slide, please. In late 70s, a few smart entrepreneurs realized that there was an unfulfilled need for the home cooked Maharashtrian food in the city. So, in 1978, one of the earliest Poli Bhaji Kendra was started in Dombivli, and many other entrepreneurs and vendors also joined. These kendras served freshly made everyday Maharashtrian food comprising of poli variety of bhajis. The primary clientele being the middle class office going crowd. Most kendras are close to railway stations, bus stand or located in residential area. This kendra is a family run business with minimal staff and many times zero outsourcing of cooking. If faced with shortage, the owners might bring in a few persons from their neighborhood to assist in serving packaging, but cooking is almost always done by the family. This ensures that taste and quality is preserved through the generations. A few kendras offer other traditional fish chicken dishes also. Most kendras will do not have printed menus. Mostly there will be a blackboard with the day's item and rates scribbled boldly in chalk. These kendras have spread beyond their strongholds in Dombivli, Mulund, Thane, Kalyan, but the researchers has limited his study to the suburban areas of Mumbai city only. Next slide, please. Next slide, madam. Next. Objectives and limitations of study. The main objective of this research is to find out the perception of entrepreneurs towards household canteen business. Second objective, to find the benefits and challenges faced in household canteen business. Third, and the last one, to suggest ways to effectively carry out the household canteen business. Limitation of the study. The research is limited to only entrepreneurs in suburban areas of Mumbai city, and the sample size is also limited due to limited time to collect data. Next slide, please. Data collection. Next slide. Research University's suburban area of Mumbai city, sampling method, purposive sampling, snowball sampling, sample size is 143 respondents, method of data collection, primary, secondary data. Method of primary data collection is pre-structured questionnaire. Method of secondary data collection, news reports, journals, magazines, and data analysis technique is access tools. Next slide, please. Uh, Review of literature. These are the reviews of literature on the internet and in Shodh Ganga and in other Google Scholar also. I could not found much research on this topic, so I found a research gap here. Next slide, please. Next slide, madam. Next. Advantages of doing household canteen business. Instant money. 87% respondent feel that there is instant money in this business. 94% respondent think that it gives satisfaction to the customers, good profit margin, creates goodwill in the market. 91% feels that it generates employment, scope for creativity, trying new dishes, increase the scale, empowerment of women. 86% of the respondent think that women can be empowered through this business, customer loyalty, preservation of local culture, health of customers. These are the important advantages of doing household canteen business. Next slide, please, madam. Challenges faced by entrepreneurs. Cutthroat competition. 86% people think that there is a very cutthroat competition in this business. 95% complain that items are perishable. Credit recovery is also a problem. Monotony. Then less scope for changes in menu because the customers are accustomed to the same kind of menu. 90% feel that there is very less scope for changes in menu. No subsidy from government. 90% complain that government is not giving any subsidy. Interruption by local authorities, lack of skilled employees, and even employees also move from one business to another. Strict legal compliances. Nowadays, it has become somewhat strict. 80% feel that there is non-cooperation from bank and lack of training is complained by 90% of the respondents. Next slide, please, madam. Main factors for success of household canteen business. 78% think that location is important. Then 83% feel service is important. 92% stress on quality, and 85% think that price is also an important factor, along with cleanliness, contacts. But surprisingly, political support, 76% of the respondents think that political support is also important. Next slide, please. Documents. During this study, the researchers found that documents available with the household canteen entrepreneurs are as follows. 100% of the entrepreneurs had bank account, 93% had Udyam Aadhaar cards, 79% had filed income tax return, 98% had shops and establishment license, 86% had NOC from municipal corporation, but only 20% had GST numbers. And surprisingly, insurance was also 42%. But one thing which the researcher noticed is that there was no staff welfare scheme like Provident Fund, ESIC, or any other welfare schemes for the employees. Next slide, please, madam. Finding and conclusion. In conclusion, running a household canteen business is exactly same as running a small business. It is not easy role, and it requires financial management, operational management, and staff management also. A canteen businessman has to work hard, and it takes long time to establish a brand. A location where canteen is set up, controlling of cost of imports, marketing are important focus areas. The researcher During his survey found that 80% of the household canteen entrepreneurs were between 20 to 60 age group. 66% entrepreneurs were women, and thus the business is dominated by women. We can say that it helps women empowerment. 73% business had 1 to 10 employees, which means they were also generating employment. 85% of the entrepreneurs were educated up to HSC only. So this business does not require much education also. 51% business were in the form of proprietary or partnership. So there was a good chance of legal compliance also, not much complicated legal compliance. And 25% belong to self-help group. Researcher found that 75% of the cost comprise of material, fuel, labor, and rent. Maximum vendors were of the opinion that location, service, quality, price, and cleanliness were the most important factor for success in this business. 76% thought political support was also equally important. This business offered many significant advantages. However, it suffered from many limitations also. But in spite of all these issues, 76% of the vendors are hopeful that this business will definitely have a bright prospects in future. These are some of the suggestions of the researcher. Ingredients should be fresh and of top quality. The kitchen should be highly maintained with proper hygiene, cleanliness. The chefs or cooks should be well trained and experienced and hygienic too. Food made should be nutritious, delicious, use of best resources. Main focus should be on the health and nutrition of the customers. Quality should be properly checked before delivering. Proper welfare
So,
policy should be, yes, madam. 1 minute only for
sorry
retaining
for
the staff.
interruption. Yeah,
1 minute only. Proper legal compliances should be
yeah,
made for
sure.
avoiding interference. And last suggestion, madam, use of online delivery apps and payment apps should be encouraged, and use of social network like WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram should be encouraged. These were the some of the suggestions which a researcher would like to make. These are my references. Thank you so much, madam. Here, I would like to thank Sana madam to give me an opportunity at the last moment to present this paper. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I
Yes, madam.
request
Any
a
questions?
respected resource person. Yes.
Yeah, no questions from my side.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
sir.
Sir.
Okay. Now we have among us our expert, Mr. Dinesh Israni, sir. I request Assistant Professor Mrs. Madhuri Mubare to introduce our esteemed resource person, Mr. Dinesh Israni, sir.
Thank you, Saira ma'am. Our today's another resource person is Mr. Dinesh Israni sir. He is an engineer by qualification, an educationalist by occasion, a technologist by obeisance, and an entrepreneur by choice. He is a consultant and entrepreneur, has been a part of many success stories. Surrey Consultancy, which was one of the early known organization in the field of marketing and advertising and promotions. He is a mentor par excellence to many technology entrepreneurs. He is also a consultant to ISBM University, Chhattisgarh, Linicon University, Malaysia, for setting up their innovations and incubation center. We welcome you, sir, for this session. Thank you. Mic over hand to Sairang.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, moving further, our next presenter is Ira Anand. Request Vrinda ma'am. Our next presenter is Vrinda ma'am. Vrinda ma'am, are you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. My connection was lost, but was there any question for my paper, madam?
No, sir. No, sir. No.
No. Okay, okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Vrinda ma'am, I'm audible to you?
Hello, yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you. Thank you. I am Dr. Vrinda Nisanda from Vrinda College, and my topic is title of the project, and that is called as Startup India Opportunity to Grow. Since in India, India is a young country having 112 million working age people between the age of 20 to 24. So it is not possible to employ them with the existing economic status, and therefore startup is must, with which one can start earning without the fear of not getting employed or losing job. The objective of the study is to research government assistance to various government programs designed to help new business succeed. Limitation of the study is it is conceptual study. It is supported more by facts than that of the numerical data, and it is limited to the discussion of the various government schemes for startup. The hypothesis is the Indian economy is developing at a steady pace due to development of thousands of startups. The methodology used, and that is based on secondary data. The information has been collected from books, journals, magazines, newspapers, and websites. So India is being a developing country with various landforms, diverse culture, languages, massive labor, with many intelligent youngsters is definitely a great place and an opportunity to start up with. So startup starts with the ability of one taking risk, and we are good at it. We trust more on humans than on machinery. One should not get depressed or leave the task just because they failed, as it is the perception of the person how they see it. Even though if we will see Albert Einstein did not succeed to glow bulb 1,000 times, but when he asked, replied, he knows 1,000 different reasons of why a bulb will not glow. So failure is not when the things does not go as per our plan, but you fell when the moment you stop learning and accepting the reality. We all are in the world with thousands of hurdles in our life, but it's you who will have to hurdle it by your own mind power. So here, that is a scope for startups. That is just now I focused on it. First, and that is called as government support. It is the scope because we can start many more startups. India is promoting Startup India and Make in India scheme, which is provided various opportunities to grow. In that, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana loan here under this scheme, Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency of Bank or Mudra Bank provides loan at low rate of interest, and loan up to rupees 10 lakhs can be availed under the Mudra scheme. It was launched in 2015, and within 2 years, more than 1.8 crore jobs were generated due to the loans and business generated via Mudra. So Mudra Yojana created 1.12 crore jobs in 3 years. Loans worth rupees 14.9 lakh crore disbursed. Then credit guarantee trust fund for micro and small enterprises. So under this government scheme, a collateral free loan of up to ₹1 crore is provided to eligible startups and MSMEs. Then financial support to MSMEs in said certification scheme. This scheme provided both financial support and technology and tools to ensure zero defects in their products to encourage manufacturers to create better products with high quality and zero defects. The next scheme, and it is called as Credit Clean Capital Subsidy for technology upgradation. So here it provides 15% subsidy for investment up to ₹1 crore for upgrading technology for startups and MSMEs in India. So more than 75,000 products or services are covered under this government scheme. The next is Design Clinic for design expertise to MSMEs. So under this scheme, government will provide up to ₹60,000 for attending design seminars and up to ₹3.75 lakhs or 75% of the cost of a seminar, wherein entrepreneurs and their team can learn and implement design theories and learn more about them. So now first, just I focused on government support. Next focus is on natural benefit. So the Himalayas form a natural barrier to the cold winds coming from the north, that is China and Tibetan Plateau. The Himalaya flourishes in economic resources that includes pockets of beach, arable land, extensive grassland and forest, workable minerals deposits, easy to harness water power and create natural beauty. It is also beneficial for agriculture of large crops of corn, wheat, potato and sugarcane. Fruits such as apples, peas, pears and cherries, cheese, coal in plantation mainly on the hills. So Himalayan rivers have tremendous potential for hydroelectric generation, which has a storage capacity of around 348 trillion cubic feet of water and generating capacity of 1050 megawatt. Then plain land is also asset. Land is an asset and one of the most profitable assets. On this region, numerous businesses can be set up like amusement park, restaurants, then dairy farms, then restaurants, then cell phones, towers, outdoor shooting range, and so on. There's river in the ocean. India is peninsular country surrounded by Arabian Sea in west, Indian Ocean in south, and Bay of Bengal in east. So many businesses can be set up, such as water resorts, scuba diving, water adventure activities, river rafting, etc. Along with this, there is an ocean-based sector including fisheries, shipping, tourism, deep sea mining, offshore energy resources, money research, ocean conservation, ocean sciences, and so on. India's blue economy accounts for approximately 4% of GDP and is estimated to increase once the mechanism is improved. And the next is labor intensiveness. It is an asset in case of our country. So labor intensive is when products are mainly produced by humans. Here, machines and special tools along with humans' creativity, which will give a person touch to it. So having massive labor makes it easier to produce customized products under reasonable price. So this comprises of garments, apples, textile, food processing, leather, footwear, wooden furniture, etc., etc. So here, these are the opportunities to grow. So my suggestions are create knowledge of the various government initiatives, spread it, make an attempt to utilize them as much as possible through various ways, through NGOs, through including the syllabus, and this will lead to better nation building. So conclusion is, as the number of startups increases in an economy, the growth rate increases, unemployment decreases, and the country's economic growth. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity and for presenting my paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hakim, sir, would like to offer some suggestion. Hakim, sir, I'm audible. I request Honorable Resource Person, Mr. Dinesh Israni, sir, to give suggestions.
It was a good presentation. Again, we'll give a suggestion at the end of all the presentations, if it's okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now our next presenter is Sunita ma'am. Preeti ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Can you please present the PPT if you don't mind? I have shared in the conference ID.
Okay, wait a minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can you share it your own, ma'am? I give you a
Can
right
give-
for
Okay.
sharing.
Okay, ma'am. Just give me a minute, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Now moving further.
No, ma'am, 1 minute. I'm just, it's downloaded, ma'am. I'm just presenting. Give me a minute, ma'am, please.
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Just, are you able to see, ma'am? Ma'am, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is
Good
visible.
evening to everyone. Myself, Smriti, and my co-presenter, Mr. Naveen, is here to present our case. Title, Make My Trip, Its Startup Journey from Rags to Riches. It's a case that we have written. So as we all know that startups play a very important role and they are said to be a successful business opportunity because they come up with something new. It can be an idea and they would like to commercialize that idea so that it reaches the profit concept which is there. And one such idea of starting an online travel company was started by a person named Deep Kalra, who is said to be a person behind Make My Trip, which is an online travel company to come into existence. So this company basically deals with other air ticketing or holiday packages which are there or hotel booking. So the main objective of this case is that it focuses on the history of the company, growth, what is the performance and what are the prospects and challenges it faces, taking into consideration even the pandemic that we had. So coming to a very well quote written by Deep Kalra itself. It says, however big or small, make it a good business, make it a clean business, make it a business you are proud of. So this is a quote which basically tells about his hardships that have gone into him and his determination, which are the very important characteristics for an entrepreneur to emerge out to be a successful one. So coming to Make My Trip, I'll just give you a brief overview. It's $1 million company, online travel company, which was founded by Deep Kalra, being an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management. He having come from a good background, which has strong professional career and his corporate experience, where he worked in countries and companies like GE Capital, ABN AMRO, and AMF Bowling. So he had this idea of doing something different. So he quit his job and he took over starting his own startup company, which was there, where he had the historical background, where he started in the year 2000, where they launched their website for Make My Trip. Then 2005, they started coming into online, where they had the online flight ticket booking and other things. Then they progressed 2010, where they were listed in NASDAQ. 2011, they started with the mobile devices, and moving ahead, they have been a good tremendous growth in their company right from the beginning, and in where they have also led to acquisitions and mergers. And then they have now trying to also have a future better vision. The main aim of Deep Kalra coming up with this concept was that he has felt that the people had to wait long time in queue, basically when they were in US to India booking. So he thought of how to speed up this process. So his business model has two particular point of model, which is business to consumer model, and the other one is a revenue model. Coming to business to consumer model, which usually talks about how this particular model uses the holiday packages, booking air tickets, putting hotel accommodation through their app, which is called as MyBiz. And coming to their revenue model, which is there, as we can see that the major source of revenue, 44% of revenue comes from their airline ticketing and 56% from their hotels and packaging. And they have a good amount of investors and their funding opportunities, which they have got it from the mentioned companies such as Tiger Fund or Helium Venture Capital, IPO, equity, and other things. Moving ahead with the growth and progress and the turnover of the company, as we can see that this company has widened its in terms of its growth, where they have 40 plus companies which are being owned in 15 cities. They are having different international offices operating in Bangkok, Phuket, Dubai, New York. And apart from that, they have the 30 franchisee-owned stores in 29 cities. And coming to their turnover also, which has been increasing, if you can see, it has been $75 million in 2018. And then since, even because of the COVID, they were able to maintain it for $512 million. Coming to the partnership, they have different partners with whom they have collaborated with Ministry of Civil Aviation, Indigo, Amazon, and Hopper. Along with the competitors like Yatra, Oyo, Booking.com, ClearTrip.com. This company has also achieved a lot of awards and achievements, where they have the Top Agent Award, Outstanding Performance Award, which is a very much good credit for the company which is there. And now I would like to focus on how the journey has been for Make My Trip right from the inception till the present. So we have seen that this particular company had come into a tie-up with Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation, which has made this business grow because they had an collaboration where they provided certain online booking, and at the time their low-cost carriers were entered the aviation industry, and because of which this Make My Trip could make the advantage of it. And they have also merged and acquired certain companies like MyGola, the Hotel Travel Group, ITC Group, and all those things which they have done. Apart from that, the major credit during the pandemic, though it was very difficult because they were hardly hit tourism and travel industry, but still Deep Kalra had an idea of making it happen, where they were so supportive to the customers that they have given 100% refund for the cancellation during the post-pandemic time also. And they follow a dynamic pricing strategy where the small retailers and the e-commerce players use to compete in the retail market, which allows them to set price based on the supply and the demand. So the major advantage of their pricing model, which is dynamic, it says that can be used to boost the sales, maximize the profit, and increase the level of the demand. And coming to the financial performance, though the initial stages, Deep Kalra had a lot of difficulty. As we know, everybody has the teething problem that we start with. Though he had a lot of problems in the initial stage, where he had to think about to downsize his organization by removing few of the employees. But as and when, because he had two basic attributes of an entrepreneur, that is determination and resilience, which made him survive. And if you see, the performance also has been good enough, where it is increasing in, as per the statistics which have been shared, and also a graph which depicts that from financial year 15 onwards till 22nd, the company is making good amount of revenue. And the major contribution also is with the Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation. And coming to their net profit also, if we can see, the profit also is increasing along with the revenues that are there. And coming to the future plans that the company is thinking about, is they want to increase the number of their franchisee outlets which are there. They are trying to also see how to open the counters for major airports in the country. They would like to increase the collection of hotels and villas bookings which are there. And they're also opening certain international offices in the foreign countries so that they can help the foreigners. And also ultimately, how this will add value to their business is very important. Apart from customer retention, also they're trying to attract the customers who are there. Hence, I would like to say that Deep Kalra had a very good vision of helping people book their tickets in a short span of time, which has made his brand being a monopoly in the market. And the growth also is good enough. And the success story is a good example for the budding entrepreneurs and the young entrepreneurs to take up risk as well as the determination. This is what I would like to conclude. But since it's a case, I've also mentioned few questions which can be asked as a part of the case which I have mentioned, ma'am. So this is what I had to present my case which I have written. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now I request our respected resource person, Mr. Dinesh sir and Mr. Hakim sir, to give suggestions.
I just wanted to ask one question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it was a wonderful case study, though. Wonderful.
Yes.
I mean, I think you have covered all the points, but just one question where I was, thinking about is what attracted you to this particular company?
I being a youth, sir, I thought definitely we have to come with something new, because youth have the skill, the determination, and they have good ideas. So I was thinking that being pandemic situation, how difficult it was, because I have my own relatives staying abroad. So it struck my mind that it's a good idea to venture into, and my area of interest is into entrepreneurship. So that made me to go ahead and learn his life history and how we can create, how he has set up an inspiration to others, sir. So that's the only reason which made, and luckily I got a conference topic which was related to startup. Then I could make my idea turn into reality by presenting this thoughts. That's the only aim for me, which made me do this, sir.
Fantastic. So, ma'am, I mean, we can expect one startup coming in from you, right?
Okay, sure, sir. And anyway, I'm into teaching profession. I can make my students do that, sir.
Definitely. All the best for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your deep interaction. Now, the last presenter is Mubin Sheikh sir.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, yes.
Just give me a moment. I need to share the screen from my end, and then some small changes.
Okay, sir, no worries.
All right. Is the screen visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Associate Professor Mubin from Tolani College of Commerce. I thank Achievers College for granting this opportunity to present my paper on environmental protection and startups associated with promotion of edible cutlery in city of Mumbai. Now, this is a very unique concept. In fact, I collected my data by first promoting a small video on the edible cutlery, where entrepreneur in Hyderabad, they started with a edible spoon, but the basic idea is environmental protection. You see, in the city of Mumbai, we live a very hectic life, a very mechanical life, and we don't have any time, and the use of plastic for each and everything, plastic has become a part of our daily life. So edible cutlery would go a long way in changing the lifestyle of Mumbai, and would go a long way in contributing towards environmental protection. So I will just cut short my presentation because I know I'm the last presenter, and we are all waiting for the feedbacks. So my hypothesis, my null hypothesis is the Mumbaikars will not be interested in this environmental friendly product, because in the due course of my collection of data, when I was conducting the interviews, I found that they were not aware of this product. It's only after watching the video they became aware, and not a single Mumbaikar, including me, have ever used edible cutlery so far. And I'm also I apologize for the background noise in the background, because in my neighborhood there's a carpenter work going on, so there'll be small disturbance, and there's some more disturbance related by internet connectivity as well. So with humble apologies, I'll proceed further. So let me put forward the objectives of the study. The purpose of this paper is to study the prospect of use of edible cutlery as a contributor to environment sustainability, and to explore the viability of marketing of edible cutlery in the city of Mumbai and how it will contribute to the environmental protection. So let me tell you, there are small setups where people are selling tea in edible cups, but actually that is yet to gain momentum, and people are not even aware as to whether it exists. So to study, the one more objective is to discover the factors associated for demand for edible cutlery in Mumbai, and to ascertain the awareness about edible cutlery and environment protection in Mumbai. An average Mumbaikar is least bothered. We have a very hectic life schedule, and we are least bothered about edible cutlery or anything concerned to save the environment. So my research methodology is basically collection of the primary data which I collected, and I'll be presenting my analysis very soon. The secondary data is from the different studies that have been conducted by others, other researchers. And unfortunately, literature review is only limited to the information that is available on the internet. There is not a single book available on edible cutlery so far. And then I'll be providing my data analysis and finally the conclusion. Now, my data, I'll cut it as, I'll put everything very as minimum as possible. So when I asked the average, the respondent, what do you think about the use of edible spoon, that it will contribute, majority, and one more apology here, because there was some percentage that I put, so due to some technical reasons, it's not getting displayed here. The spoons will contribute toward restoring the ecological imbalance. Majority of them said yes, but that was only when they were able to see the video. Before that, they were not aware about the concept of edible cutlery. A very few had to say no because they had their own perceptions, and some of them, a certain amount were, not as sure. They were doubtful whether it will really contribute or not. So when I asked them, have you heard about the edible spoon before watching the video? You see the start of this, I need to, I was trying to make them aware as to if it is possible, if they've heard about the edible spoon, but it is only after the video, only, though the handful people said yes because they heard it, but not seen actually what exactly the edible cutlery is all about. You can also see the pictures. You have got bowls and spoons, of edible. It's a unique concept where you can actually consume your cutleries after using them. So the next question that I asked my respondent was, would you prefer using edible spoon instead of a plastic spoon? Majority of them said yes. A few of them say no. And when I asked them personally what was the reason, they said that it was expensive. So when I asked them, what do you think about the spoon? Is it good for health? Probably because most of the edible cutlery is made of millets, and millet has been this year has been declared as a year of millet. Apart from that, it is very good for health. So a majority of them said yes, and a few of them said no. They were afraid about some adulteration while manufacturing in manufacturing of this cutlery, edible cutlery, and some of them said it was likely that it's not going to impact them. So when I asked them, what do you think that edible spoon is durable? To my pleasant surprise, majority of them said yes, though actually the fact is that edible cutlery has a very limited shelf life, but more than 50% said no, and half of them were not aware. So when I did, I wanted to ask them that what was the reason why, how they came to know about this edible cutlery. Majority of them that it was a video that went viral on YouTube, 23% of that, and 26%, the major chunk from their friends, and only 5% say that they were able to see that on TV, though none of the TV in Mumbai or maybe some local TV channels must have run the ad. Then 19% said that it was from social media, and only 4% read some articles in the newspapers and magazines. And others, they said that it was a hearsay, they've heard it from some friends or some other sources, but they are not exactly aware of what was the source. Now, the major concern in making the concept of edible cutlery a big entrepreneurial success would be by giving an option where would they prefer to serve the edible spoons, whether they would like to serve it at birthday parties. Only 24% gave the response. And what happened? We get a family get together. Yes, they 26% agreed to the concept, the idea. Okay, and 19% agreed on religious ceremony, 17% on picnic, and 14% said about pot lunch. So let me conclude without further much ado. My conclusion is this concept of edible cutlery, it's absolutely new to the concept where people are not aware. There are other, states like in Gujarat, Baroda, and we have in Andhra where this product is selling like hotcakes, but there is not a single shop, not a single bakery that is providing this facility. I've even myself not tasted. I've just seen it I've just done research on it, and anyone who take up this venture of supplying edible cutleries, I'm sure it's he or she is going to carve a neck. So thank you for watching my presentation. I would like to answer the questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. Sir, would like to give any suggestion, any comment?
Professor Sheikh, I just want to tell you, you have touched upon a very, very good point, of this edible cutlery. I totally go with you on this point that we still in Maharashtra are to see it, I have seen at a couple of places, but yes, it's the need of the hour, So it was a wonderful point that you have touched. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. I think all the presenters done their presentation. If anyone else who need to present, they can tell us. Anyone is left? Okay, fine. Now, moving further, I would like to call Vice Principal, IQAC Coordinator, Conference Convener, Ms. Sana Khan ma'am, for further procedure. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sarah, madam. Respected Chairman Dr. Mahesh Bhivandikar, sir, Principal Ms. Sophia D'Souza, madam, Chairman of the session, invited dignitaries, research scholars, and everyone who is attending online, a very good evening to all of you. It is my great honor to be a part of this valedictory session for sharing the joys and achievements with all of you. When one attends an academic conference, he or she is sure to meet people of his or her same stature, mindset, and goals. This is a motivational factor as one aspires to overcome fears and achieve one's dreams. It has been productive, fruitful, and wonderful. The technical sessions were amazing, and now we are here to conclude the conference. Now I request Assistant Professor Harsha Kulkarni madam to introduce our chief guest for this session, Girish Gopal sir.
I can't. Hello? Hello?
Just
Hello?
1 minute, sir. Just one.
Oh, okay. All right.
How are you, sir?
Fantastic. Brilliant. I mean, I was so excited. I said, even if I'm traveling, I will be here.
Thank you. Thank you. It's such a pleasure. Just 1 minute. They are having some technical. Just a minute. Kahan ja rahe ho? Where are you traveling, sir?
I am in Delhi. I am on the way to the airport to go back to Bangalore, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sanama, for giving me this privilege. Girish sir is the founder of Happiness Tools and Indian Institute of Happiness. Girish sir works for the happiness of the mind and body. He has been doing research on true happiness strategies and systems for over 15 years and has implemented these various happiness strategies on thousands of clients around the globe. His team has invented a device, America, if I'm not wrong, which repairs and regenerates the body cells, which allows an individual to recover from various diseases such as diabetes, blood pressure, cholesterol, thyroid, heart, kidney, liver issues, etc. This device empowers your cells to build its strength to fight these diseases without any medication at all. This has helped them live a more fulfilling life while enabling and encourages them to achieve true happiness. He's also called the happiness guru and has helped couples understand each other's happiness and live happily. Children to create a happy environment to help improve their performance and increase their scores in exams. Corporate executives to reduce their stress and lead their organizations in a happier setting. He's a multifaceted personality with an eye for detail when it comes to strategic planning, corporate tie-ups, executive business operations to training. He has trained over 1 lakh people and conducted mentoring programs for over 300 couples and 3,000 individuals, corporate leaders, and entrepreneurs. With a master's degree in personal management from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management and a degree in electronics from Vadia College, Girish sir saw an opportunity to take his dream and creativity forward in the areas of true happiness and building profitable organizations. We are really lucky and happy, sir, to have you on this conference, on this dais. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me. When Dinesh sir told me that it's a group of entrepreneurs who are coming together to create a bigger vision, create more happier citizens, I said I have to be there. Even though my schedule has been like crazy, I have been around in the 2-degree temperature in Delhi, around different places. Anyways, I'm so happy that there's a group of entrepreneurs who I can speak to. I have just 2-3 things that is very important that I have to tell entrepreneurs. The most important, see, every entrepreneur wants to become successful, right? But in the journey of being successful, people forget happiness. Now, I have done research. I have spoken to thousands of entrepreneurs and helped loads of entrepreneurs to become successful. But majority of them, when I ask them, "Bhai, are you happy?" Sir, happiness तो आ जाएगी ना sir. चिंता क्यों कर रहे हो? हम तो अभी लगे हुए हैं. मतलब we are working very hard. We are burning midnight lamps, morning time. We don't have time. I don't have time. I have made time to be on this call. We can always make time for ourselves to be happy. See, if you want to be a magnet, if you want to attract abundance, you have to be a powerful magnet, and you can be a powerful magnet only if your happiness is very high. पहले happiness आता है, right? If you're happy, then your health will be good. If you're happy, your thought process will be good. If you're happy, your relationship will be good. If you're happy, everything else will be good. There is no point in being an entrepreneur when your relationship is screwed up. Let me tell you this, period. And if your relationship is not good, if you are not having a great time going back home and stuff like that, you will not be in a situation to attract the abundance that you want in your business. Not possible. I've been a serial entrepreneur. I've done loads of businesses. I've spoken to so many people, and the most successful people are those people who have done things dil se, yahan se. When you get up in the morning, you should be happy to get up and say, yes, I want to go to work today. Not saying ki bhai kya karoon life mein aaj, matlab uthe, you are having an issue with your parents, you are having an issue with your wife. I mean, for that, I do not have much of a solution. Sorry, I'm sure there are a lot of ladies there. That's just a joke. I respect women. I think the man who respects women will always be successful in their life, because they are trained to understand the power of a woman and the blessing of the woman. Very, very important, right? So these are the few things that I tell you. I think I have 5 minutes. I can go for 5 days, right? So please find out. And one very important thing, see, everybody is designed differently. Entrepreneurs, I have seen entrepreneurs who understand things in a very different way, right? What happens is, I have seen a group of people who come to do business together. However, their core competencies might lie in a different place. You have to understand what you have to do. Entrepreneurs have सब कुछ करते हैं वो, right? They are doing handling finance, they are handling marketing, they are handling negotiation, they are handling people, they are taking interviews. Are you a Superman? Nobody's a Superman, please, for God's sake. I mean, we are all human beings, right? We have limitations. But if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you need a Superman in every single division of your organization. So you have to have the right people and the right coaches. And that is what Mr. Dinesh always speaks about. You have to have the right coaches and the right people in your organization if you want to grow your organization. If you think you are going to be a Superman, sorry, show me one. I am not one. So I also go to coaches. I also go to advisors for help in areas just of finance. I mean, I don't understand money at all. I am a people's person. I understand people. I understand creativity. So I have a very good CFO who advises me on finances, right? So please have the right connects in the right places to help you take from level 1 to level 10, right? If you do that, you'll always be successful. I think it's more than 5 minutes. I don't know. Thank you very much for inviting me, Dinesh ji. And if anybody wants any help, I am always a call away. You can connect with Mr. Dinesh and call me for any advice. I would love to. I will not charge you any money. Just a smile on your face will be my fees, because I think that is the most important thing. It is. I find it very sad when people go for classes on laughing clubs. Seriously, God, I mean, it's a God-given gift. Laugh, right? Smile. I remember, I should tell you this and I'll end it. I remember when I was working for a very large organization in Bombay, It was an emergency meeting, and I was sitting in the meeting. I was a young boy, just out of college, a few years of experience, and majority of the people in the group were all very senior people. So I cracked a joke. All the seniors laughed. Okay. बाद में मेरा जो boss है, he comes to me and says, Girish, you're a very enterprising young guy who's got a lot of talent. You're very promising, but I have an advice for you. I said, हाँ जी बताइए क्या advice है? You know, business meetings में, serious meetings में, don't crack jokes. I mean, it's supposed to be serious. बोला sir, serious होने से problem solve होता है क्या? Right? So the perception of life, you have to live your life every moment. Even if you have a gun on your head, say, wow, what a beautiful opportunity that I have a gun on my head. You will find a solution. जो डर गया वो मर गया, जो नहीं हंसा लाइफ में वो ऐसे ही मर गया. जियो जिंदगी जियो, हर पल हर दिन, have fun. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for encouraging us and reminding us that we need to have a lively life and not just, like surviving life. So that was great. Now I request IT Department HOD, Mrs. Kavita Karamikar, Madam, to present the report of the conference.
Thank you, Sana Madam. The major responsibility to give the report of the conference. So, Shri Jnanaraj Mauli Shikshan Sansthas, Achievers College of Commerce and Management have organized second national conference in collaboration with WRC, Indian Council of Social Science Research, University of Mumbai, on startups in India, past, present, and future. Today's inaugural function, which held by the hands of Chief Guest, Mr. Subodh Baez Sir, District Project Officer, NCED, Thane. Our today's guest of honor, Professor Smita Shukla, Director of WRC ICSSR. Our second guest of honor, Mr. Samir Gupta, Director of Haldi Vita. Our resource person, Mr. Dinesh Israni Sir, the founder of Norman Enterprises. Mr. Hakimuddin Vora, the founder of Be Friends. Mrs. Sangeeta Kohli, Madam, Principal of Vedanta College. Our Chairman and Director of Achievers College, Dr. C.A. Mahesh Bhivandikar Sir, Principal, Ms. Sophia D'Souza, Madam, and the Major League, whose name I could see, our IQAC coordinator, our vice principal, and our today's conference convener, Ms. Sana Khan, Madam. In presence of all the respected dignitaries, we have inaugurated today's event. With the guidance of those expert minds, we made what is the mantra to become a startup or an entrepreneur. And everyone has given a new vision of words to become a startup. And Baez Sir has guided us to get the benefit from the Maharashtra government to become a startup. Dinesh Sir guided how to start thinking for a business, or rather a small idea can be converted into a business. These are the major things what they guided us to become a startup. There are 4 offline presenters who have joined from SST College, Siddharth College, Jain College in the technical session. I could really appreciate Namrata Singh, Madam, who has given a wonderful thought for making transgenders to become a startup instead of begging on the road. We should generate certain thoughts to make transgenders as startup where they can generate the business for the normal male female. It was a nice thought what she put it in front of us. Mr. Saxena Sir from Jai Hind College, he has guided how the HDFC bank loan you have to reduce when you become a startup, or else in the loan process, how to reduce your loan amount and get settled with your financial stabilities through his paper. Mrs. Radhika Madam also guided us about how to become a woman entrepreneur. I think everybody was raising the voice for the woman entrepreneur. That is the need of India. There were 18 online presenters who actually mentioned the corners of the starters on the topics of various tax policies, different kinds of GDC rates, GST schemes, how to choose an area of startup, about the documentation process, the detail from the raw product to a furnished product journey. Similarly, last, who has guided us, being you become a startup, but in that process, you should take care of your environment also. So being a startup, you should think all those minor points which are required to generate different kinds of awareness to the society also. We are thankful for the technical session handlers, Mr. Dinesh Israni sir and Hakimuddin Vora sir, for giving guidance to the researchers in technical session online as well as offline. So this is the journey which we have traveled till now, and the valedictory were the last session where we already reached with. Thank you so much, Sana Madam, for giving me this opportunity to present my words in the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. That was a very detailed report of the conference, I can say. I would like to keep the platform open for the participants in case any one of you would like to share your valuable feedback. Your feedback will help us grow. So I request anyone, if they wish to share their feedback, the platform is open. By the time that we are waiting, I would request everyone to turn on their cameras so that we can take a group photo. Please turn on your cameras. Can we expect a few more cameras that are on? Harsha ma'am, please take one more screenshot. Are we done? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have received the feedback in the chat box. Okay, very nice session. Thank you. Very informative session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Proceeding ahead, I would request the director of the conference, Dr. C.A. Mahesh Bhivandikar sir, to give us the concluding remarks about the conference.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sana Khan. Am I audible? Very good. Okay. Honorable Chief Guest of the valedictory function of this multidisciplinary conference, Mr. Girish Gopal, Guest of Honor, Dr. Dinesh Israni, Principal of the College, Ms. Sophia D'Souza, Conference Convener, Ms. Sana Khan, all my conference committee members, all my teachers, and all my teachers, colleagues, and researchers across 5 states and 26 colleges in India. Friends, this conference is one of the historical events in the history of Achievers College. Friends, it's a 9-year college and we are celebrating a 10th year of our beginning. And in this 10th year, we are organizing a conference on startups in India, past, present, and future, in collaboration with ICSSR, Western Regional Council, and University of Mumbai. And I'm proud to say that there are good participation. There are 18 online papers and 9 offline papers presented by all the researchers, and all papers were up to the mark and excellent in research. I extend my warm regards and my wishes to all the participants and who has presented paper. Friends, being a teacher, we must keep on writing research paper. We must keep on adding to our own biodata or our own profile. One page should be added every year. So do all the things that will add to your profile. Do everything which will give you something which is a step ahead in your life. Then add something to the existing body of knowledge as you have done today by writing a research paper and presenting it. So the networking is possible and continuous improvement is possible. I propose hearty vote of thanks to all of you, and I extend my greetings and regards to all the researchers, and I congratulate Department of Commerce, Shodhbodh Samiti, and Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Achievers College, and team of principal, vice principal, and all teachers for successful organization of this conference. I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to ICSR officers who has given an opportunity and association for such a new college and given a small token of grant for organizing this wonderful conference. Thanks all, and congratulations once again to all researchers and team member of Achievers for successful organization. Thank you very much and all the best. Over to Sana Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Participants, the feedback link has been shared with you. Kindly take note that the certificates would be mailed to you within 15 days. And now proceeding ahead to the last part of this conference, to propose the formal vote of thanks, I would invite Vishal Singh, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce, to extend a vote of thanks to all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Assistant Professor Vishal Singh, member on behalf of Commerce Department and member of Conference Organizing Committee, I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I thank WRC and ISSR for their valuable contribution in organizing this conference. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all Shodhbodh committee member and invited speaker. The words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conference. I, on behalf of organizing committee, convey the deep regards and heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Chairman, Dr. C. A. Mahesh Bhivandikar sir, and my special thanks to Hakimuddin Vohra sir, Dinesh sir, Girish Gopal sir for their gracious presence. My sincere thanks to Principal Ms. Sophia D'Souza Madam for being there. And I also express my gratitude to Vice Principal and Accuracy Coordinator Ms. Sana Khan Madam for her constant support and guidance that dedicated a source of energy within us. I thank all the participants who have presented the research paper. I would like to thank all dear colleagues and the technical team for smooth cooperation. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Whoever is done with the feedback may leave the meeting, as we have reached the conclusion of this conference. Please stay in touch with us for the publication. We will accept papers for publication that might be suggested by you within 2 more days. Thank you.
Now declare conference is over.
Yes, sir. It's just that people who want to submit the feedback, they can stay online and the others can leave.